Ladies and gentlemen, y'all know what this is. Don't front. Don't look at me like that. What can I say about this game that I haven't already said? I can tell you the personal story, which I'm not going to bore you with because you already heard it. I can tell you about the historical significance, but you know the historical significance of this game. Mario Bros. 3 is the establisher of the Mario franchise. This is an extremely recent terminology for us. It's something we just came up with a couple weeks ago. The idea is, it's a concept we've had for forever, but the term is new. The idea is most franchises don't become themselves until a little bit into them. A lot of them on the threes, too. Like Castlevania 3, or Super Mario Bros. 3, or arguably Dragon Quest 3, Zelda 3, which is Link to the Past, you know, stuff like that. Final Fantasy 4. It's the first time a particular franchise really finds what it is and defines what it will be going forwards. Mario Bros. 1 was a unique confluence. Mario Bros. 2 was some ideas thrown into a tech demo and then reworked for a game and then reworked for another game. Oh yeah, Metroid 3, another very good one, Super Metroid. Yes, Sonic 2 or 3, that's actually much more debatable, but you get the point. There's the reason why we have the term first game. So this concept is not exactly new, and is the kind of thing that is very understandable and has a lot of relevance. But the thing is, the first thing isn't necessarily the best thing. It is the seminal thing, but it's not like the absolute best. And frankly, I do think there are better 2D Marios than Mario 3D. And by Mario 3D, I of course mean Mario 3. Shut up. But having said that, I myself fall into this weird gap. How many of you, when you think of Mario 3, there's just like a smile on your memory? You know what I mean? You know how I define that? It's just like, oh man, I can't wait to play this. Or replay. I was actually looking forward to this. I'm like, can't wait to replay Mario 3. I'm basically using the excuse to replay Mario 3 while we're here. But I do actually think Mario World is a better game. In fact, I would go so far as to say Mario World is the first Mario game that doesn't actually irritate me to play. Mario 3 does irritate me, but I have to, like, remember that. I have to pause and get outside my memory for just a second and remind myself that Mario 3 is a frustrating game to play through. And that's kind of a weird thing to have to do. Probably because Mario 3 was still being designed with a lot of the, shall we say, older mentality going into the design of it. Whereas Mario World was the first game, and I actually referenced this earlier, where they're trying to think about accessibility and fun and design in the place of challenge. Now, Mario World is a very, very easy game, which, like it or not, whereas Mario 3 is not. But it's still a thing, and we're still here. Not that we're playing the NES version, or even the SNES version, no. We're playing the GBA version. I am extraordinarily curious if this particular game is going to be better, worse, or indeed both, just like Mario Advance 1 was, with regards to Super Mario Bros. 2. Because, like Super Mario Bros. 2, this game had quite a few changes when it came to the GBA version. One last question, super quick. Has anyone here not heard my story, my personal story about Mario 3, and follow through? Have any of you who have not heard it, would you like to hear it? I know that I have several viewers, which I just gained this year. I know that we cycle through new people periodically, and so I don't like to assume everyone's seen everything that I've ever put out. Although, while we're here, really quick anecdote. Someone recently asked me, oh my god, are the Ruminations done? And so I went and looked up the video where I sent out the announcement that Ruminations were done. That video went live in November of last year. We've officially been done with Ruminations for a year now. How's that for a wild thought? I did not realize it had been that long. I also have to say that, no, not only does it feel good, there's a little bit of relief there. I will always admit there was always a part of me that was afraid that my show financially, purely financially, would take a major hit when we knocked the rumination, when we finally got rid of the ruminations and removed them from the sequence. I'm still here. I'm still paying rent, you know. I still have a roof over my head. You know, I can still afford dinner. So that's a nice feeling. A year out, you know, that's a good chunk of financial data. So that's a good thing. So I'll go ahead and tell you the story. No, I did not get sushi, but thank you for asking, Good Pudding. I offer you sushi instead. Except, actually, my sushi is right here. So I offer you sushi, Good Pudding. So, once upon a time... This thing is so fluffy. Fluffy. Once upon a time, there I was. I was pretty young. And I was already into video games. Video games grabbed me in a way nothing else did. And that's still true to this very day. I know I come across as pro-video game. Like, possibly too pro-video game. But, like, for example, it actually aggravates me when certain fictional settings have no such concept as a video game. Like Star Trek. And don't give me the holodeck quote. You know what I mean. You cannot... Thank you, Blue Dragon Fireblogs. You cannot tell me that fictional settings wouldn't be better with the inclusion of interactive entertainment. I should probably mention that games in general is actually what it is for me. I love board games, I love tabletop games, and I love video games because they all kind of fill the same slot. They're mentally engaging, they're physically engaging, I'm doing something and I'm enjoying something, right? It's interactive media. So when I first played Pac-Man, honestly, it didn't catch me. But when I first played Super Mario Brothers, when I was like 3.5 or 4 or whatever that was, yeah, that caught me and has never stopped catching me in the last 38 years. So, looking at that, you can understand why video games were such a developmental part of my life and have remained so to this very day. Not just because of the fact that it's my job, but because of the fact that this is something that I, for lack of a better way to correct a better word for it, something I believe in. Like getting interrupted by Justin. Thank you, Justin. Always appreciate. I'll put that towards STO, which at this point is just STO. Star Trek Resurgence and the Doom Block. Thank you. God, 63 months. So, my reason for giving this whole lead up is that even as a kid, I understood on some primal level that video games weren't just something you did for fun. They weren't just a hobby, right? They were something that mattered to me, like music or... well, a lot of other things, actually. So, Super Mario Brothers 3 was a big freaking deal in the States. I mean, this kind of accidentally into existence. I talked more about the creation of the wizard last time we streamed this game. But all you need to know right now is they made a goddamn movie and used that movie to plug a game. That's not exactly a commonality even now. And the games industry is a lot larger now than it used to be. So, yeah, they were starting to really figure out what video games were. The earliest video games, we talked about this in Super Mario Bros., the earliest video games were too simple or too complex. And finding the sweet spot between them was something that was being developed and worked on and iterated on, and games were getting better and better and better. I've already demonstrated this because I've reviewed the Mega Mans. And going from Mega Man 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 is a linear, or actually, I'm sorry, a logarithmic improvement, right? Each game doing everything the previous game did, but more and better. This is exactly the mentality that was behind the core Nintendo EAD team over in Japan. And so they had so many ideas, so many things they wanted to do, and they had like a metaphorical box of all these ideas they wanted to put into the Mario games, and solving the technical side of that was a huge problem there. In fact, they had to implement an entirely new chipset for Mario 3, literally just to have two screens showing, being updatable at the same time. And I know, weird, right, Caspian? And to try and explain that a little bit better, most HUDs were text painted on the screen, but it wasn't a separate screen that could be updated visually and with graphics. Mario 3 implemented the ability to split the screen, and so the bottom part of the screen, the HUD, is actually a separate like a separate page that's being pushed out, separate from the main page up top. So you can actually do changes like change the cards down there, or have the coins, or have graphics down there, because it wasn't just text painted onto the screen. Like, I know that sounds so banal, but this was something they were inventing at the time. This is something they were doing. Now, give me one second on the donation. Let me finish my story. So they were really, really pushing Mario 3 forward. And they had the movie, and everyone was just, oh my god, Mario 3 is so amazing. And little me, I want to say I was about 7 at this point. I'd have to math it out. I was not old. I really wanted Mario 3. And I wanted it so badly. And that was kind of tough, because I got like 4 games a year from a combination of my grandparents and my mother, and everything else was just the rental verse, right? That's how I experienced video games. And I didn't particularly want it to wait for Mario 3. So I sat down and I thought about the problem, and what I did was I decided to combine something I was good at with something I knew about. And I got a bunch of that ply paper, the I can't remember what it's called. It's like the stuff that manila folders are made of, that kind of paper. And I cut it up into bookmarks, and I put a little drawing on each of them. And each single one, I just sat there and I just, whatever came to mind, I just drew something like a rainbow, or like a hillscape, or like just an ocean, or a bird, or whatever. Tag board, that's it. And I bundled those all up, and I asked my dad to drive me out to the local major library. There was this giant ass library. It was a big old one. It's a county library. And I sat down out up front in the front page with a chair, and with these freaking bookmarks, and I sold them for $0.25 each to people going into the library, because in my young mind this was so logical. People are going to get books. They're going to have a need for the bookmarks. This is where this market exists. This is where I could get money to do this. And I sat there and I sold bookmarks for several days. And I got a bunch of interesting little micro stories on top of that. Like, for example, there's this old woman who was like, "Oh, aren't you so sweet? What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm selling bookmarks to raise money for the." "Oh, what are you going to buy?" "I'm going to buy a video game." "Oh, okay." And then she walks on. But I got a bunch of sales. Honestly, with the advantage of hindsight, I'm sure most of them were pity sales, and I know that at least a few people spent more than $0.25 on those particular bookmarks. I can't, here's a $5 or whatever. I got all the money I needed to be able to afford to buy Super Mario Bros. 3 myself. Went in to work with my dad, which was a terrible proposition, because once I was there at work, I was stranded with him, right? But it was acceptable, because it meant I was now in walking distance of the local toy store. And if you remember the 80s, you remember that that's where you bought video games, was at the toy stores. So, went to work with Dad, waited until the toy store opened up, walked, it's a long ass. In hindsight, this is so funny when I tell this story. People are like, "You're like a 7-year-old kid and you're just walking on the streets of the city to go to the toy store with a giant jar of money." And I was like, yeah. Anyways, nothing happened. I managed to get there without any incident. Got to the toy store, bought Super Mario Bros. 3, carried it back, and then was extremely irritated and bored the entire rest of the day while I waited for my dad's shift to end. All I had to do for entertainment that entire day was to read the Super Mario Bros. 3 manual, which I actually still have that exact manual. It's over there. I'm not going to pull it out right now. And so I just read that manual over and over and over and over and over again. And then finally, got home, plugged in the game, and played the ever-living snot out of it. Most of my friends who didn't own it immediately were like, "Can we come over and hang out?" Because they knew I had Mario 3. But Mario Bros. 3, even though I do think there's better games, and I do think that it still has problematic design, is the first game I ever purchased with my own money. How many of you know that feeling? No judgment if you don't, but the very, very first time you actually went out and bought your game with your money. Because I remember, because it was Mario Bros. 3 for me. That's the story. So there's a bit of a personal significance there, like I said. Now, what the heck is Shantae Advance? Remind me here. Oh, right, that's the GBA one that was... Yeah, okay, sure, we'll do it. Shantae Advance. We'll just add that to that. Thank you, Sean, for the bits. Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri. That's a good one. That's a good pick. And then 040, one moment, is, first of all, thank you for the sub, 040. Always appreciate. I don't remember what the usual treks are right now. If you'll forgive me, I've got like 15 other things going on here. Pretty sure that's me, Vandali. I can double check super quick. So I got Blue Sky right here. Yep, there you are. Followed me 3 hours ago. So that's probably me. I admit I don't use it that much, but, you know, I wanted to get ahead of that. So, Voyager, Strange New Worlds, and Lower Decks. Thank you for reminding me. I actually have another story to tell about Mario 3, but I'll save that one. Eye the Dragon. Or am I misreading that Gigapudding? And it's the L of the Dragon. I will admit I'm a huge fan of physical manuals. I know some people are like, digital games suck. Physical manuals are awesome. I think in the final equation, part of what I loved about the manuals, though, was the lore, for lack of a better way to put it. It was a great way to dig into the story. Even Mario Brothers 3 manual was mostly about the Koopa Kids and how the worlds interact with each other and the different kingdoms. And, you know, it was more of a story thing than it was a gameplay thing. That was even true in Super Mario Brothers 2, for God's sakes. Never mind something like Age of Empires or whatever, right? Or Oblivion or Homeworld, which has so much lore in the manual, it's actually ridiculous. And the reason I kind of hinge on this is because, on the one hand, that's awesome, but on the other hand, I'd kind of rather that stuff be in the game, you know? Just, could you... Anyways. Getting off topic. So, we are, of course, not playing Super Mario Bros. 3 today. We are playing something else. A game I do own and have played. This was a gift from my girlfriend at the time when it came out. This was the first game I owned when I was in a wheelchair after being run over by a car. Hit and then run over by a car. Gotta get both of those in there. So, you'll have to give me a minute because this is being dumb. There we go. So, here's the question. Will this control better than the second one did or not? We'll get to that story in a minute. In World 2. As a reminder, this is a retelling of Mario Bros. 1, so for all intents and purposes, this is the beginning of the series narratively. Back when they actually cared about such a thing. This is also retroactively designed to tie better into Super Mario World, which was designed as a direct sequel to Mario Bros. 3. To Princess Peach, I have terrible news. Those evil Koopalings are on the loose, being chaotic and evil, and oh my god, and she's like, don't worry, I got you, fam. And then Luigi and Peach have sex. Daisy is just devastated.
Choose a game. Here we go. Super Mario.
What's interesting is the All-Stars and GBA versions added music to this screen. It was originally designed specifically to not have music. I just bring this up because this is one of those funny little things. It's always the dinky little things that form the arguments in the office, you know what I mean? And everybody in the office couldn't decide on whether or not this should have music or not. So, obviously they changed their minds when they did the All-Stars version. And notice that intro doesn't really demonstrate much. It's probably not positive worthy, at least not on the gameplay axis. But it does demonstrate the layering, which was actually a pretty new concept at the time, being able to go behind something. So, the Koopa Kids, we may never know, Little Billy. The Koopa Kids, the Koopalings, excuse me, I don't remember exactly when they retconned it, but the current mentality is that they are Bowser's generals instead of his children. As has been pointed out like 2 days ago by Blue Wolf Alex, there's nothing really mutually exclusive about that. Like, they didn't really need to have them be not children and not also generals. Shrug? I don't really know what to say about that. The problem is the reason that they, and we do know this, the reason that they removed them from being his children was specifically because of the fact that they were trying to make it so that Bowser Jr. would be pushed up commensurately. So, we've died immediately. That's okay, because I kind of want to demonstrate this. I swear I did that on purpose. 1-1 of Mario 3 is very different than 1-1 of Mario 1, because Mario 1 was designed to introduce people to video games. It was designed to be something to help people who have never sat down with a controller and a video game before. By contrast, 1-1 of Mario 3 is designed much more around the idea of being a new game for people who already know what a video game is. Whoops. I didn't mean to hit that. Yeah, I know, that's because I didn't mean to hit that. Back up. Back off. There we go. Okay. So we start off, and the philosophy is completely different because we immediately have some pressure. We still start on the left side, but we have an enemy coming right for us. So if we don't figure out what to do very quickly, we die. And I've seen people who are new to gaming, usually children, die to that first Goomba in the manner I just did earlier. Unlike Mario 1, however, we can actually go backwards. We've got the major thing that's animated here, pretty much the only thing that's animated, still drawing the eye, still trying to get across the idea of getting power-ups. This was when they officially changed how mushrooms changed, how they spawned. We have a relatively easy-to-avoid obstacle, which goes away completely when you're standing next to it. But immediately we have something like this. So we've already seen that we can jump on enemies. And if we do, there's a decent chance that will happen. Now, there's a lot of ways we can interact with this, and of course if we give it a moment, he'll get right back up. But if we come in from the side, this is a new mechanic. We can actually pick up enemies now. And this block here is specifically designed to tutorialize that idea. There's no way to get this block, but there's a Koopa shell right here. It's designed to be, for lack of a better way to do this, it's a puzzle. You're supposed to think about it. Oh, and just because I get asked that every time I play this game, yes, you can go behind that block like you can any other white block. I am always streaming at full frame rate, but yeah, I think that's just the GBA. I will double check. Because I always stream at 60 FPS. Whoa, wrong button. Ignore whatever you just saw. God, they actually moved where the frame rate is. There it is. Yep, nope. We are streaming at 60 FPS. Well, let's look at what's going on with the GBA here. Oh, we actually have an FPS counter. What do you know? So at the moment we are at 58 FPS, for example. Yeah, it's pretty solidly at 58. Man, I don't miss being a kid. Being a kid sucked. Anyway, so I just screwed up, so we're gonna go fix that really quick. I've never played this game before, so I don't know where all the power-ups are.
Just what I needed.
Yeah, what did being a kid mean? Having to sell bookmarks and then walk several minutes and then be bored for 8 hours in order to be able to afford a video game. That's what being a kid meant. So, flight mechanic. Coins as guidance and the idea of the P-meter, which will have an audio indicator if you're running. And most people who have played a Mario game before already know how to run. So, you can see how, once again, the tutorialization works, but is designed for someone who's new to this game, not new to games. And you just mash the button to go up, and you can also continue mashing in order to slow your descent down. So a little bit of vertical control. It's kind of the same thing that we had with Peach, but arguably better than what we had with Peach. You also have a bit more flight control up here in the air if you decide to expand it. You can also go directly into the hole if you want to try and die. There's actually very, very few death bits on this stage. It's actually really hard to die on this stage.
Just what I needed.
I mean, that's an interesting question, Canada Banks.
Just what I needed.
But I never really had a childhood, so I'm the wrong person to ask that. There's death pit number 2, 3? 3. You notice the game is kind of designed for you to go up. It really wants you to go up. There's not much down here. Just a few really basic things. And our 4th and final death pit. But then we get to this thing. Last time we gave this its own positive, which I stand behind, by the way. This is pretty much a guaranteed 1-up every 3 stages, which may sound like a minor thing, but this was the beginnings of what I can only refer to as the accessibility era of Nintendo's design, something that would be fully codified in Mario World. They wanted players to get through this game. They wanted players to experience the whole game. So there are safety net mechanisms in the game. There's a decent amount of power-ups. There's the power-ups you can get on the overworld map, which you can then use on the overworld map. Stages themselves have a decent spread on them. There's a decent amount of coins all over the place. And, of course, there's 1-ups all over the place. But no matter what you're doing, even if you're avoiding the power-ups, avoiding the overworld, avoiding the mushroom houses, and avoiding the coins, simply by doing the stages, you are guaranteed to get a 1-up every 3 stages. Every 3 stages that have one of these things. I should clarify that. So, that's your safety net protocol. And of course, if you get the right kind of panels, then those give you even more 1-ups, and that's cool. I should probably also mention, it does, Shihali, doesn't it? Look at FF3 versus FF6, or 2 versus 4, or 1, or excuse me, 1 versus 4, or 2 versus 5, and the difference in mindset that went into designing the games is huge. The 90s people were starting to realize that more people than just video game players were playing video games, and a lot of designers started pivoting a little bit to accommodate the fact that their audience had just magically grown by a factor of, and I don't even know how much, into the millions range. Also true, Tully, is that not a lot of people remember the SNES was actually pretty freaking cheap for when it came out. Remember that? Which is funny because I know a couple of people who made a big stink about how expensive it was, but no, the SNES was actually pretty accessible. It's one of the reasons the SNES succeeded so well. Not just its library or its controller, but the fact that it was on pretty much every shelf for a decent price. Because most of the other consoles that were out in that era, which you've never even heard of, don't lie to me. Oh no, not at all, Vendali. We would just trade. Yeah, the games were still expensive. I think this was $90 or something like that. Like, if you ever... The best way to see the pricing again... Let me see if I can find this. 1988 video game prices. Let me see if I can find... like, an ad. Because you'd get these ads, right? And it would be like, these games are $30. These games... Oh, here we go. Perfect, perfect. What's this? Here we go. This is exactly what I was looking for. So, like... You know, so, Super Game Boy was $40, Yoshi's Island was $53, Donkey Kong Country 2 was $53, Miss Pac-Man was $40, Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 was $70, NBA Hang Time was $70, Street Fighter Alpha 2 was $70, you get it. Everything, there was no standardized pricing back then. People just kind of tacked prices on and just kind of went with it. But I am, of course, getting off topic. I apologize. Whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. So, I was about to talk about something I can't remember what it is, so it doesn't matter. Let's go. That is not including inflation. That was just $70 in whatever that is, 90 something. 92, I think it was. So $70 then. I have no idea what $70, so if you feel like doing it, 92 to now. What's $70? Sorry, I'm going too fast. God, I know this game too well. This is always a problem I have when I'm reviewing a game I know very well. Notice how the game goes out of its way to kind of indicate that there's a thing here. There's a pipe up there, there's a couple of blocks, and there's coins laid out in what would normally be considered a pattern to jump up. This is what we call guidance and flow. This is the specific, the specifics of what that category means. It's pretty much just designed to drag your eye up there and be like, hey, there's something up there. You don't even lose stage, so it's not like a warp forward thing on Mario 1. It's just a little bonus thing to get some extra coins. That's it. There's a lot of those in this game. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did I mention you have very few iframes in this game, by the way?
Just what I needed.
Hey, Kay. Well, there's also what I'm going to refer to as some lingering artifact mentality with regards to how much things should cost, because one of the only metrics people can seem to agree on and how much things should cost is how long the games are. That longer games should be more expensive and shorter games should be cheaper. I don't agree with that. I talked about that today. I don't remember the game Mario started talking in. It was 2 games before Mario 64, and I don't remember the specifics. This is a fun little thing. They do things like this. And no, I do not pose as no. Pretty much perfectly designed to just make a little pattern. And you're like, well, that's neat, but what's the point? Well, it gets you access to a power-up and an optional little area, too. I don't remember, Sean. Like I said, it was, there is, so look up Charles Martinet and the first games he voiced, because he did the Mario voice before Mario 64. And that's officially when Mario had a voice. Again, just a bonus little area with some extra coins. But I like this, what I would go so far as to say is a lot. In fact, I like this so much that I would say that this is some of the better design of Mario Bros. 3 overall. The fact that they have optional little side fun things in stages, which give you additional bits of coins, and give you additional 1-ups, and give you additional power-ups. It's that safety net mentality I was just talking about. It is there to reward you for bothering to go and get stuff in ways that are not mandatory. If you're doing well and you're playing the game well, you don't need any of that crap. But if you want to, you can go and get those extra areas, and those extra areas will almost assuredly help. Side-scrollers. Believe it or not, this is the first real side-scroller in the series. I actually kind of talked about the not-quite side-scrollers back in Lost Levels. No, okay. So, this is, what we actually think of when we think of the word side-scroller. They are pseudo-RNG, so every Toad House in the game is fixed. However, every time you exit a stage, the position of the chests moves left or right, I forget which, by 1. And so, there are ways to figure that out and predict it, but on a normal playthrough, it might as well be random. Also, in some cases, that means they're kind of stacked. So, for example, most of the World 3 Toad Houses have like 2, or in some cases, 3. What did I say, Pillars of Snow? 2 or 3 frog suits, toad suits. Instead of just having straight up, you know, toad suit plus, or I keep saying toad. Frog suit. Frog suit plus, like, leaf plus fire flower or whatever, right? Side scroller. Well, I meant auto scroller. Listen, I blame you. Villagers know it's all your fault. How dare you? Speaking of stacked, so this is not RNG either. When you hit the button is dependent on several factors, and there's actually several things that go into this that mean that this is stacked. It is possible to control perfectly, but only really with task timing. So generally speaking, you're not going to get much out of that unless you're doing particularly well or have the RNG seated properly. Now, so far, by the way, not seeing the issues with the camera or the controls. That's good. What you may or may not be familiar with this game sufficient to notice, and I've already noticed it twice now, is that the level design is actually different. That is to say, the specifics of the heights of certain platforms or the spawning of certain enemies has been changed to accommodate the smaller screen. You'll also notice the screen is keeping us in the middle of the screen instead of whatever the hell the Super Mario Bros. 2 thing was doing, which was just, I don't even know what that nonsense is. I will always go out of my way to point out that I found this trick on my own, and I am very happy for having done so. It's one of the only secrets of a video game I ever discovered on my own. And none of my friends at the time ever believed me. So, you may not have noticed, we just got a save option. One of the negatives... 0, Spartan, I believe. Oh, you mean for the advanced version? Like 3.98 or something like that? It's really low. Anyways, good question, Pika. That's what we're gauging. The fact that a save system exists already has removed a negative from the original Mario Bros. 3. So already this version of the game is now scoring better than the original version, as of now, assuming nothing else changes. Not that I'm aware of, Vandalia, but then again, what the hell do I know? Yeah, I believe All-Stars also has the saves. I'm pretty sure there's nothing super different about this version versus All-Stars, other than the intro movie, which we already saw, and the world map, which I'm not even sure how to access. Gotta get them coins. Get them coins! Gotta make that paper. Yeah, no, the game controls much better than Mario 2 Advance, and the camera is not bonkers. I think we're gonna have a good time with this. Thank God. I was legitimately worried that this was gonna be just as frustrating as playing Super Mario Bros. 2 Advance, because that was just, whoa. All Mario games are short games to some extent or another, Pika, yes. Except for the RPGs. So if you're paying attention, I know I haven't been doing my due diligence in discussing this, but every single one of these stages has been teaching you stuff. This whole world is a tutorial. No, I do not, Blue Dragon Fireblocks. I don't have access to it. I don't have the ability to do it. Oh no! So we can fight a little mini-boss there and gain an item from it. Now we just have that on the overworld map. So what we can do is... There we go. We can just pull up that, and there's all the items we can bank. And we can go and use those, and we then have that power up before we enter a stage. Nice little stuff. So we've introduced the concept of the auto-scroller, using the correct terminology this time. We've introduced the concept of secrets and extra areas and flight, underground sections, which are designed to teach you how to slide. This is then our final exam. All the ideas that have been presented throughout World 1 are all culminate in this very stage. It's like, alright, you know how to play the game now, prove it. And while this is not what I would call a difficult stage, this is a bit of a barrier to entry sequence. Whoa, whoa, whoa! God damn it! So that's my fault for looking at Pika's question. That's my fault. I shouldn't have looked at Pika's question, because Pika's question confused me. And I didn't understand it. And so I stared at the chat for like 3 solid seconds, and then I died. Anyways, so... What was I saying? Right, so... Final exam. Oh god, people are also asking me more things. Right, fine, pause. So, are we playing Yoshi's Island of the SNES or the Advanced? SNES. Is Link the Faces of Evil the Wand of Gamelon on the Zelda block? Alright, Techno's World is dead. Any other questions? Cool. So, barrier to entry. I know people who have actually never beaten this stage, literally ever, but also some people who have really walked into a wall on this stage. Because this is the first time where the math, for lack of a better way to put that, of platforming has really started to be developed. I have talked about this before in the past. Not extensively, but it is something that I have discussed before. You have the ability to mathematically decide the difficulty of a jump. You can decide it almost perfectly based on the variables walking into that jump. So I've actually studied this in Mario World, specifically, which is a master class. If you ever want to learn how to design a 2D platformer, study Mario World. I'm not actually joking. So you've got... Let's start with the basic variables. You have a jump. How long of a run-up time do you have? How much of a land area do you have? Okay? So that's your basic first variable to designing the jump. The longer this is, the easier it is. The longer this is, the easier it is. You got a nice 2 long platforms, this is an easy jump. You shrink either of these or both of them, this jump becomes much harder commensurately. Then you add the y-axis to things. Any variance between the y-axis between these completely changes how the jump works, both up and down. For example, if you have a big wind-up, but then only 2 squares to land on and it's down, that's a much harder jump than a big wind-up, 2 squares, and it's level. Make sense? So you notice how this stage, the one we just did, is teaching you pretty much about that math, about what it's like to try and land on a platform that's only 2 squares wide. So let's get rid of the no save feature negative. Boop. And let's say thank you to Colgrim. Thank you, Colgrim. Always. I'm sorry, Bragwin. So your brother couldn't get past the barrier to entry stage. I don't know, Pika. I have not studied it. I do not know. Yeah, Bragwin could crush this game. She's awesome. Alright, so that's going towards Guild Wars 2, Divinity Original Sin 1, and HOI, I think? Old World Blues. Okay. So we've had tutorialization, just all the tutorialization. We also have 2 toadstool houses. We have 2 of these power-up houses to give us extra little power-ups to progress and give us a little bit of a boost. But you'll also notice, no, Pika, that this is... There's some actual design to the overworld flow. It's more obvious in later worlds, but even in World 1, you can see how there is a bit of design. So let's just walk through this really quick in order. Apparently Hogwarts Legacy is coming out on the Switch? What? Look, if I could disable ads on my channel, I would do it without hesitation. Like, just instantly, just boom. They're dead, they're dead! I would get rid of ads without thinking about it. Just screw them. Okay, anyways. As I was saying. Yeah, the boy who lived. Past tense. Mwahaha. First stage, second stage. Mandatory. But from this point, the branches. It's only a single branch. But we can go down over to here. Or over to here. And either one of them give us access to a toad house. We don't really know what a toad house is, but as soon as we interact with one, we understand that is an optional power-up thing. Cool. So, you now have a choice. Which level would you like to do to access the power-up? You can also do neither and just progress down into the main stage. Once you're done with the main stage, you can go down here, and you see, okay, well then there's this stage, and this, and there's one other little power-up thing on the side, and then this. This is very, very basic. But I like this, because this is the summary. I know this sounds very strange. Oh yeah, there's also a warp whistle no matter which way you go. This is exactly what this kind of overworld design should do. Basic but meaningful choices in how much control the player has in what levels they do. Do the optional level, get the bonus thing. Skip the optional level and just get on with it. or do all of the levels and gain all of the benefits. That is exactly what that should be, and that's why this game is probably going to get a plus to overworld design. Even though it's basic, it's still good. So... Oh, it's terrible. The king has been transformed. Please find the magic wand so we can change him back. By the way, best song in the game. Not that there's many. So, this is introducing airships to the franchise, something that is so prolific it will be used in literally every Mario game from this point onwards. I shouldn't say literally, but off the top of my head, this is something that will be in pretty much every Mario game after this point in time. I should pause because I actually have a lot to talk about here. No, Ross. So, agreed, Carbon Canine. So, we've got a couple of things. This game established the pattern, right? I mean, this is the established of the Mario series for a freaking reason. Exactly, Shihali. We're not going to talk about locks until we get... World 6 is the perfect place to talk about that. I don't know how, Yura? Like, I legitimately don't know how it could be 30. Nothing that I have seen anywhere indicates that this is 30 FPS. I don't know, like, maybe it's because I've got the filter on? Like, maybe if we turn that filter off? No? It shouldn't affect the frame rate. I am streaming at 60, right? Like, I look like I'm at 60 down here. Like, this is the test I like to do. If I can see my fingers moving, usually I'm at 60, and that looks like I'm at 60 right there. And yeah, I was going to say, the Twitch stats, which I actually have right here, are saying I am currently pointing at 60.00. Why is the game not at 60? Let me try something really quick. I sincerely doubt this is it, but just for the sake of it, let's try something. Give me one moment. I apologize for whatever's going on here. So I'm just gonna let this play for a bit, and we'll see if any of that changed anything. And if it didn't, I have absolutely no idea. I mean, Mario 64 should have been on 30 FPS. So, words. I've actually lost track of my thought. We've tutorialized everything. We were talking about the thing. We're going to talk about locks. Worlds. So, Mario 3 introduced the concept of thematic worlds to the franchise. Grassland, desert land, you know, waterland. Boom, boom, boom. You know the pattern. You know the pattern. Pretty much all of them have been, like, all the way up until Odyssey, they tend to follow the same general pattern. This is something we even talked about over in Mario 3D World, for example. I don't have any problem with that. I like thematic worlds, and it adds a nice bit of flavor, especially when the brickwork of the stage matches the brickwork of the world, which is something Mario 3 does do. Unlike, say, Mario 3D World or worse, Mario 3D Land, which just has stages that have nothing to do with anything. There's a bit of visual continuity going on here, and I like that. Anyways, so, airships. So now we have airships. Cool. These are also a long-standing aspect. But the airship levels themselves are a little bit different than every other stage in the game. First of all, they don't really do mid-mission checkpoints in the same way that the other stages do. But most importantly, it's an auto-scroller. But it's an auto-scroller whose primary focus isn't enemies, but obstacles. Oh yeah, we have a gradient thing, so we go from fire to big instead of fire to small, but anyways, whatever. So that's awesome. I love it. It says 58 FPS right there. Right there, 58 FPS. I think you're on crack here. Why? You got to stop doing the crack, man. Actually, that's an interesting question. Hang on, before I completely descend into crackhood. I have a random thought here. Because... Yeah, so what quality are you streaming at, Yura? Because I noticed that if I pull up my own stream, I have the option to stream it at 60 FPS, or not. Okay, you're on source. Okay, never mind. I thought that was the easy answer. I have no idea what could be causing that. I have no idea what could be... I don't even know how to begin diagnosing that. It doesn't even look like it's 30 FPS to me. Hang on. Let me look at the stream for a second. Let me play off the VOD. That is lower. That is lower FPS. I can tell right there. But only on the stream, not on the game. That's new. I've never run into that problem. Yeah, only on the stream and only on the emulator's output. And remind you, the emulator itself, so what I did is I pulled the emulator and then the output right there. And it's... like, that's night and day when I put them side by side like that. Was Mario 3D World like that? Because I was pulling via the Switch for that. No, that's not Twitch's end, that's OBS's end. And I don't know... like, I thought maybe... so there's two different ways to capture a source in OBS. There's just window capture and there's game capture. And I just switched between them. It didn't seem to change anything. Here, let's just do it. Nope, same issue. If anyone wants to Google chain this, feel free, because I don't know what else to do here. And I would like to actually get on with it a little bit. So, airship levels. So, airship levels are cool. They're primarily focused on obstacles. The whole point of an airship level is there's a lot of damage, there's a lot of cannons, there's a lot of bullet bills. It's a different mentality, different focus in terms of design. It's kind of similar to how they used to design the fortress worlds back in Mario 1-1. And by Mario 1-1, I mean Mario 1, bonk, but without some of the meanness involved, and with more room to maneuver. So while there are still gaps you have to squeeze between the shots, those gaps are more forgiving than they were back in Mario 1, until you get to the later levels, which we'll talk about eventually. Anyway, so this is how they approach boss design. There are mini-bosses and full bosses. Oh my god, it's Larry! Quick, tell me a defining feature of Larry. What? Okay, nope, that actually works out great, because then the airship runs away. This is what happens if you fail an airship battle. Anyways, there is no defining feature of Larry. That's his defining feature. He has no special stats and no nothing. Anytime you lose an airship battle, you have to go hunt the airship down. Now, this is kind of an additional cost-benefit variance of the overall map design. Because while this doesn't really matter for World 1, in most of the later worlds, and I'm looking at you World 3 and World 6, the exact route you take through the world will fundamentally change your experience with the airship if you die to the airship.
Just what I needed.
That's true, Carbon K9, I would agree. It's another little... oh, bull crap! I backed into that, if you were noticing that. Anyways, it's another little kind of benefit for to reward the player for having swept. And a lot of Mario games tend to reward the player for sweeping, so that makes perfect sense to me. Anyway, so, you jump on them 3 times, because rule of 3. You can also shoot them with fireballs. Also, Bowser has been changed in this version, but we won't get to that for a minute. that's World 1. Good stuff. Thank you. I'm back to my old self again. Splendid. Here's a letter from the princess. If any ghosts, be careful. They will give chase if you turn away. I've enclosed a jewel that will help protect you. Save. World 2. Now, I know this sounds so stupid from the modern perspective, but the fact that World 2 looked so fundamentally different was kind of a big deal. And also, you notice, even on the first screen, the overworld map itself looks much more complicated. It's actually not. We won't get into more complicated overworld map design until we get to World 3. But just at a glance, it's like, oh, okay, there's a lot of different routes. There's stages kind of spread out all over the place. And this is going to be weird. Let's figure this out. And it's a desert stage. And we start to get introduced to enemy variety. So as I mentioned before, one of the biggest things with Mario 3 is they really wanted to throw all the ideas they had into the game, pretty much top to bottom. In fact, the only idea they couldn't actually implement was, of course, Yoshi, who they had to save for the next game. They still wanted to implement Yoshi, but then again, they've been wanting to implement Yoshi for a while now, so that's just whatever. Die, fire! Death to flames! Whoops. Notice that both these areas are filled with side little optional stuff. You can go get to get coins and power-ups and pretty much all the usual stuff. But now optional areas also have enemies. So the risk-reward factor is going to start increasing the more we get into the game. There's always going to be a reward, but the risk is going to increase pretty much each world. Okay, so I misread that at first, Giga. I thought you just said, I can see how Crash Bandicoot influenced Mario. See, someone's going to have to tell Giga. So notice how this first stage is almost entirely optional. It's just here to kind of get across the ideas of, the fact that you're in the desert and some of the new enemies. This is a straight-up intro stage. And, as is natural, this is the first time we encounter this. There are a static number of these. Each one of them is completely manually designed. Once you figure out which one you're on, if you have a map, you can pick every single one of these. Otherwise, you're just doing it the old-fashioned way. Yep, so we get nothing out of that. All kinds of people had all kinds of tricks for this. None of them work. It's one of those not actually random things that a lot of older games did. And also newer games. So.
Just what I needed.
I used the walkthrough, or the strategy guide, Kendo Banks. Because the strategy guide actually listed all of those. So notice this is just kind of testing your ability to keep up. Or, if you fail, you fall down to the Cheep Cheeps. And I just bring this up because that whole risk-reward thing just keeps being a theme of this game. If you succeed, you stay up top. If you fail, you have to deal with the Cheep Cheeps. That's it. That's the stage. A lot of these are very bite-sized. Kind of like Mario 3D Land, but even more so. That's a good thing. There's a lot of stages in this game, and a decent number of them are optional. Optional stages plus bite-size equals good gameplay pacing. In fact, I should write that down before I forget about it. Pacing. Okay. So, this is our first introduction to the undead in this series. Dry bones, thwomps, and boos are all introduced in this stage. All of these would have a very long-standing effect on the series. So, dry bones, all of these have their own little gimmick that makes them different from a standard enemy. Thwomps, unless you have a star or a Hammer Brother suit, are invincible, or excuse me, or a Tanuki suit, are invincible. You cannot defeat a Thwomp. They have spikes all around them, and they just go chkong. They're more of an environmental problem than anything else. What, Talia said? Very true, Carbon Cannon, and they really wanted to emphasize the P meter, which is funny because the P meter goes back to Mario 1, it's just there's a frickin' meter for it now, so we can actually tell when we're going full speed. And we also maintain full speed better than back in Mario 1 because they changed the nature of how acceleration works. Anyways, before Talia destroyed my thoughts there. Oh, right, I'm sorry. I thought you meant Super Mario Bros. 1. You're right, I apologize. Christ. I'm like, there's no dry bones in Mario 1, Talia. Okay, so dry bones were introduced in the Fortress of World 1. I forgot to talk about them there because I was blazing through that stage too quickly. I apologize. Dry bones are temporary defeated enemies. You knock them down, they fall over, they get back up. Thwomps, they're an environmental damage. And of course, boos are what we call an uncontrollable enemy. They react to you. So what they do is entirely dependent upon your input. You look away, they home in on you, you look at them, they stop on the spot. Based on one of the developers' wives. I'm sure she liked that comparison, and she has spawned an entire species now, so I hope she's happy with that. Oh yeah, also, everybody knows that in the United States, all of the Koopa kids, that is to say the Koopalings, are named after musical personalities. But what you may or may not know is that they were originally designed based off of programmers that Miyamoto himself was rather fond of, as kind of a reward for their hard effort on the subject. Which means, when they decided to just kind of get rid of the Koopalings for a while in the franchise, there's suddenly some unusual connotations with that fact. Boom Boom! We've actually already fought Boom Boom. Oh, what was that nonsense? Whoa, what was that nonsense? Oh my god. I still don't actually know what happened there. It's okay. I've got another guy. Ow. No. How do I... There we go. Let's become stronger. Let's do some drugs. And yes, Boom Boom is always... He's supposed to be swinging his arms, but you know how it is. Also, a lot of the puzzles are designed in a way that if you were constantly running, you could go through them relatively quickly. Yeah, I really need to be doing a better job of that. I apologize. Mr. Red, I've only gotten one clip so far today. I suck. I'm not gonna go for it. Mexico! Just, we like Mexico that much. Oh yeah, speaking of which, the risk-reward thing continues on this stage. You can risk being crushed, or you can risk jumping over the spikes. There's a whole lot of kind of choose-your-own-adventure... That's the wrong way. There's a whole lot of all roads lead to Rome in regards to how you deal with a lot of stages in this game. It's not quite to the extent of, say, like Mario 64, but it's still a thing. Alright, so... Take 2, Operation Suckitude Removal. Orb. Yes, I do remember that, Talia. Oh, yeah, another one. And a save state. I don't know where that is. Damn it! So, let me tell you a story. Wait, no, this isn't the stage. Never mind. Story cancelled. I do have one last story to share about this game. Just the one. I swear I won't bore you too long. I mean, I'm gonna bore you for years, days, hours, like, just... I'm actually called the Boar Runner for a reason. I think what I find funniest about the moniker of the Boar Runner is that I think it was intended to insult me. Yes, I'm also the Borg Runner. Resistance is futile, Gigapudding. The good news is stages are quick enough that... Like, I'm actually having to go through stages slower just to kind of talk about them a little bit. Notice how they're really starting to escalate a lot of the verticality and some of the other... Whoa there! Some of the other ideas that they've got going on. Yeah, I'm actually in a Borg cube. In fact, I kind of am a Borg cube because I am the collective. So, back in 2005? I think it was 2005. I was riding home from my work. I worked at Arby's. You've probably heard me talk about my time at Arby's because I worked as a manager at Arby's. And I actually learned a lot at that job. Like, a lot. Honestly, that I still apply to this very day. More people need to work in the service industry, I'm just saying. Anyways, driving home, riding home in my bike. I lived in a nice little apartment area. Come down the hill, go around the corner, and there is a truck. And that truck, I didn't have time to react. In fact, I don't technically have memory of anything other than the light. And then I think I remember a very loud sound because it's a very, very distinct sound. It was like a shotgun sound. Like this very, very loud sound. And then a truck squealing away. And that's when I realized that I was actually on the ground, on the pavement, with my head a few inches from the curb. Thanks to time and effort, we were able to reverse engineer a little bit of what happened. The truck had nailed me, knocked me down, and I had landed in front of the truck. And then... This is always the part I love about this story. I probably would have been fine if they had just, like, calmly kept going. But because I was in front of the truck, when I started coming to, they apparently allegedly freaked out and gunned it off because they were terrified that they'd run into somebody in the parking lot. Them zooming off is what shattered my leg. So in the immediate wake of that... I was in a wheelchair for a while, and then in crutches for a lot longer after that. This is when Darth Crutch came into being. During this period of time, my girlfriend of the time was trying to support me in the fact that I was basically homeward bound, and I was a very outgoing kind of a person, especially back then. The thing I loved so much about that bike was the fact that I could use it to go pretty much anywhere in the area I was in, pretty much anywhere in the city. And it was air, and it was exercise, and all kinds of stuff that most of you probably looking at me weird for. I'm kidding, I know most of you probably are cool with that. So, she gave me a Game Boy SP, which I actually still have, and this exact game. And on this exact stage, I'm sitting down, and I've never liked... the idea of being out of control of myself, either when it comes to alcohol or psychedelic drugs or, being high or doing weed or anything like that. I've never liked the idea of doing any of that. But what kept happening is I get to this friggin' stage. It's actually this is the second time it happened, but this is where it was really codified for me. I get to this stage, and I died. And I died to really strange things, like not the sun. I died to like the Koopa, just on the hill there. Or I died to, like, falling into the pit and not being able to jump out in time in the sand pit. And it kept being confusing to me. And I'm only telling this story because it's probably the most I've ever understood what it's like to be completely out of control of my own mind. My reflexes and my input-output were so offset of each other because at the time I was on... God, I can't even think of the name of it. The thing, the real drug, the real pain med, that I can't think of the name of, because I'm stupid. I was on a thing. Morphine. I was on morphine. And it was affecting me so much that I couldn't play a game that I was very good at. Granted, I'm not exactly like the best at these games, but the idea of like nowadays, if I was to sit down and play, I don't know, Mega Man 2 or Super Metroid, and I'm like, oh yeah, I got this, and I just kind of start dying without having any idea what's happening, it was terrifying. Like, I say about it kind of jokingly now as sort of a ha-ha, I sucked at Mario 3 thing. But at the time, it was legitimately terrifying, and I just kept playing the stage over and over again as I was trying to comprehend the fact, like my brain didn't feel disconnected, and yet I could not seem to play right. I could not figure out how to actually play the game, and what in the world. Like, I couldn't figure out what was going wrong and how I was screwing up. And I kept dying to things that I didn't even recognize, and of course, you die and then you go off the screen, so I literally could never actually see what was killing me.
Just what I needed.
That's my final little Mario Bros. 3 story. 2 points in my life in which this game has intersected. Don't worry, if you ever watch me stream Final Fantasy VI, you'll hear me tell some other life stories about that one. When I was a young warthog... Oh, you're dying for that, buddy. You cost me my leaf. I'm not used to going the bottom route. So, a very, very common trend of this game, and I've kind of already talked about this, is dying to that boomerang brother at the very, literally, like, 3 inches from the final thing, is something that Sonic would later take and run with. The idea of the high road versus the low road. If you've played any kind of Sonic game, you actually know exactly what I'm talking about. It's the idea of completely changing the type of the type of experience you're going to have based on whether you try to aim high or aim low. Now, unlike in Sonic games where it's like high and then high low and then high low low high and blah blah blah, and there's like 5 permutations there. In Mario 3, it's just 2. There's high and there's low. If I was to go high right now, I would die to that. Hang on a second. I'm trying to remember what the button is. There it is. Okay, so let's just show off the high road here, just because while we're here. And yeah, you noticed how even though I was small when I picked up a leaf, I did go up to being leaf instead of being big. So here's the high road. The high road is coins. You'll notice this is also a common trend. And again, I'm pretty sure Sonic took this idea and ran with it. Because almost every time, the high road is the quicker and easier route. And almost always revolves around flying in this particular game as well. Little dick. I mean, that's a pretty common way to cope with trauma, Canada Bank, so that's probably where that's coming from. If I were to guess. We have not actually gotten a hammer yet. Yeah, World does the same concept. A little bit, Caspian. One of the things I do actually think Mario 3 is still... It's a great game. But I do think Mario 3 is still a problematic game and harder than a lot of people say. Because of the fact that... nope. There it is. Because of the fact that it's still kind of designed with a little bit of the old mentality in mind, right? They still want to make the game hard, for lack of a better way to put it. So yeah, it absolutely does punish players who are not doing well because they have to go down the harder route. It also kind of penalizes players who go topside because they get the easier route. The thing is, I'm actually okay with that, with like an asterisk, because I'm trying to put this into words. Because the normal route is always the bottom route. The top route is always the bonus route. The bonus route is always optional. In fact, you have to go out of your way to get it, and you have to have power-ups to get it. So the bottom route is the one that you're kind of intended to do, And if you're dying a lot in the bottom route, that's what all the safety nets are for. Now, the catch there is there's arguably not enough safety nets to really cover for it. That's why Mario 3 is still considered a hard game and why some people still have trouble beating it even to this very day. As we were talking about earlier with Bragwin and her brother, who sucked at this game horribly. But, Mario World would take this concept and run with it. Mario World had a lot of safety net mechanisms built into it. And the best part about a good safety net mechanism is it's optional. You don't have to engage in the safety net mechanism. It's just there, you know, in case you want it, in case you need it. In case you're having issues.
Oh,
In case you don't pick up the shell like you were trying to do. Jeez. I actually didn't watch The Wizard until after I owned the game and had played it for a bit. But I did go see The Wizard in theaters pretty much because of this game. So, make of that what you will. What's funny is I barely remember that film. Like, I remember how 80s it was. Like, God, that film is so 80s. I don't know how to describe it other than by saying it's so 80s. There's a major plot point about the fact that, you know, the kids are trying to go out and about and do their own thing. And those rotten adults just keep getting in the way. Which is just really, really common to that era of filmmaking in general. Whatever. Like, one of the core elements of The Wizard is that these kids have taken their... The kids are off doing a road trip pretty much by themselves cross-country, which is exactly as terrifying as it sounds and probably should be. And, I knew that Chomp was there. And their parents have sent people to be like, hey, you know, go find them and rescue them. And at one point, they finally do, and it's like, oh my god, it's framed like a big confrontation scene. And they get away with it by accusing the guy of being a child molester. Don't worry, it's played off for laughs because it's an 80s film. But that's The Wizard in a nutshell, really. It's just, what? Leaf there in case you want it. Notice how almost all the power-ups are pretty well indicated, unlike in both previous games. While there are hidden power-ups, you can almost always tell when a block is a power-up, because there's something different about it. Like there's something about its position, or its placement, or its relative nature to the rest of the level, or something that makes you think, that's a little bit off. Oh yeah, and it's also worth noting, a major plot element of the film is the dad being like, oh my god, Nintendo games are actually good. Did you know that? Did you know that Nintendo games are good? Let me exposit to you about how good Nintendo games are for like half the freaking runtime. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but almost every scene with the dad in it has to do with him talking about how great Nintendo games are. Yeah, no, let's be clear. The only scene anybody really remembers about The Wizard is the finale. When they go and they play Super Mario Bros. 3, and some absolute nonsense happens on the screen that has nothing to do with the game. No, really, have you actually watched that scene? Like, it's just made-up drivel that's nothing to do with the game. And then he finds the warp whistle, and then he wins the day, and then you don't remember the ending because you put down the movie at that point. So this is World 2. World 2 is a little bit simple in its level design, but that's because it's probably still focusing on tutorializing. Most of this is all about trying to get the player into the mindset of a lot of the things that they're going to be doing throughout the course of the rest of the game. So now we have the frickin' beetle. Or the ladybug? Whatever. Airship 2. This one's Morton's. Quick, tell me something about Morton personality-wise. No, it's okay. Morton might arguably have a personality. Although that's mostly thanks to Mario Kart. Yeah, big, dumb bruiser. You'd think that's Roy, but no, Roy's actually got a thing, you know, he got a brain. Morton's the dumb one. Oh god, I don't remember Jabez. Does anyone remember who Morton is named after? Which musician? I don't remember all of them off the top of my head. I remember Roy, and I mean, Ludwig is obvious. Yeah, to the wiki! Morton has cool hair. Do you actually remember what Morton looks like, Mr. Red? Random question. Because Morton has no hair. Aw, I was trying to show that off. Oh well, I fail. So big old guy and big old jumps. So his attack pattern is actually different from Larry's. All of them actually different. Yeah, Iggy is Iggy Pop. Lemmy is from Motorhead. Ludwig is obvious. Apparently it's Morton Downey Jr. What do you know? Good afternoon, Evo. Oh yeah, fun fact. You're probably wondering... Hang on. I've watched the Super Mario Bros. 3 cartoon, in which case... First of all, congrats. But second of all, why? But third of all, you may be wondering why all of the Koopalings are named differently in there. Well, that's because... Thanks to the nature of how shows are constructed and how, you know, development works, the show had to be developed, produced, scripted, and had people cast for it, and then start going on air before the game finished getting localized and came out. So, if you remember, the Koopa kids, the Koopalings, in Japan have no names. They have no identities. They have nothing. So, when the show producers for the Mario Bros. 3 show were handed the artwork for them, it was just 7 characters and no anything else attached. So they just came up with their own names. I mean, they were assigning them personalities anyway, so they just said screw it, ran with it. Was the show any good? No. You want me to tell you a story about the show? This is a real story. In fact, I think I've told this story before. It was a developmental period for my life. But I'm going to charge you, Evo. I want you to do me a favor. And I want you to Google Virtual Boy Advance-M. That's all one word. Visual Boy Advance-M. OBS. And I want to figure out why it's having trouble streaming properly. And I don't want to pause the game. Will you look that up for me, please? Welcome to World 3! There's always a barrier to entry world in every Mario game, where the game gets noticeably harder, like a demonstrable jump up in difficulty. This is it for Mario 3. I actually know people who have never gotten past this world without using whistles. Virtual, Evo. Visual. Oh my god, visual. God damn it, you're confusing me! Why are you confusing me, Evo? Virtual. Oh my god, you're doing it again. I hate everything in the universe. Ah! Visual. I'm just gonna type it out. I'm just gonna friggin' type it out. Visual Boy Advance-M. There. Death to everything. Alright, now, as I was saying, on my extremely legal GBA copy. So, what the hell was I talking about? Story. So, I remember when the Mario 3 and the Mario World cartoons came out. They sucked. But I really liked them. Until I watched them. And then I realized that they sucked. Now, that probably sounds like a really strange statement. But I mean it with total sincerity. Because the problem here is that it was my first real exposure to what I nowadays refer to as familiarity effect. Now, familiarity effect can be a good thing, in all honesty, but it usually isn't because of the exact reason I'm talking about right now. Frame rate, specifically. The FPS is wrong, Evo. Probably Carbon K9. If you're paying attention, Mario 1 and Lost Levels and 2 also all did that on World 3, so that makes perfect sense. Now, I'll finish talking about familiarity effect as soon as I say thank you to Techno's World. That is 5 subs, good lord. So that's going towards the Orville. Didn't you already donate earlier? You did! Just gonna add those to those. So that's, there we go. Okay. So, familiarity effect. I enjoyed those shows because I remember sitting down. I even talked about this to my mother at the time. Hi, Dream Whisperer. She, of course, was upset at me about this. But I remember talking to her and being like, I can't believe this. I'm finally getting something I love. I'm getting a cartoon show, which I enjoy, about a game series I enjoy. Again, I didn't really know what I was describing at the time, but it's straight up familiarity effect. The problem with that is, while there's nothing wrong with familiarity effect, it's usually used as a mask for something that's bad. If you've ever wondered why I tend to come down, well, most people really tend to come down so hard on the concept of nostalgia, oh, Jesus Christ, or member berries, which I myself come down on pretty hard as well, that's why. It's because they're trying to sell you something cheap or crap or cash grabby because it's got something you like on it. That's familiarity effect in a nutshell. Give me another word that means the exact same thing, Techno's World, and I'll consider using it. Yeah, all the junk with Star Wars branding on it is a great example of that. But yeah, Warhammer 40k falls into this as well. I mean, you remember the Nintendo cereal, right, that came out in like 92? It was trash. It was such crap cereal, but it had Nintendo on it. It had Zelda 1, and it had Mario Brothers. And oh my god, it's Nintendo cereal. In OBS or in the game? Because I don't know is the answer to both questions. In the emulator, right. Where would that be? It's not in video. Maybe this. Yeah, no, it's a shortcut thing. It's nostalgia berries. Under the emulation tab. Oh, there it is. Okay, VSync is now on. Let's see if that helps. I guess you'll be able to tell. Yura, you still there? No, that's immediately better. Look at that. Oh my god, that is instantly better. Wow, I apologize, everybody. Thank you so much, Evo, for helping with that.
Oh, Mamma mia!
You are awesome. I owe you, my dear. Who is not my dear. You're my dear now, by the way. So, yeah. Anyways, what the hell was I talking about? Yeah, we gotta redo all of Mario 2. Yeah, it's fine on my end. Alright, so... Why do you have a deer emote, Penguin? So, it was my first exposure... I'm gonna finally finish this stupid story. It was my first exposure to nostalgia berries, to member berries, to... You know, the concept of what I call familiarity effect. Now, again, the difference is familiarity effect is any time that something that is familiar adds to your enjoyment of a work. The member berries concept is when that is misused or abused in order to sell you crap. Like, that's the distinction with it. Because familiarity effect isn't inherently a bad thing, right? And I will never forget sitting down watching like the 4th episode of Mario 3, because it was like Mario 3 and Mario World back to back in the afternoons. And I will never forget sitting down and watching those shows and just sitting there thinking, this is crap. Like, even young me, I would have been like around 10 to 12 range, somewhere on there. Even young me was looking at this like, this is total crap. Why am I watching this? You notice how this, I mentioned earlier, the barrier to entry. This stage, if I'm not being obvious by the fact that I keep dying on it, yeah, this is when the stage has started actually adding difficulty to levels. Did you notice there's one little Cheep Cheep that keeps following us, by the way? I just want to mention that because she's actually using the exact same scripting that Big Bertha will eventually use. It's a little Cheep Cheep instead of Big Bertha. But yeah, nostalgia can be good, bad, or in between. That's how that is. My favorite example of familiarity effect is actually the kind of thing that's really easy to explain if you've ever experienced it, and meaningless if you haven't. Damn it. If you've ever played any game with mods or custom maps, and played a version of that game that has insert nostalgic thing in it version of that game, then you understand what I'm talking about. Now, my example goes back to Civilization 2. Yeah, no, there's Big Bertha very next stage, by the way. Getting us ready for that. We knew what was coming. We knew what we were in for. Big Bertha's just the worst. She just eats you straight up. That's actually her gimmick, is she will eat you even if you are big. So she's instant death even if you have health. That is her gimmick.
What I needed.
So anyways, now that she's dead, as she should be. What was I saying? If you've ever played, I don't know, the Old World Blues mod for Hearts of Iron 4, or for me it was like there was a Master of Orion 2 mod for Civilization 2. There's also some World War II stuff, but that's not here nor there. If you've ever played a Doom map, which is based on an area you actually know, like from another video game or whatever. In fact, for me, it was mostly Unreal Tournament. There's a lot of Unreal Tournament maps based on, like, other fictional settings. Like, there was a Star Wars map, and there was a Star Trek map, and stuff like that. And so that's familiarity effect. It's cool, and it's fun, but it's more fun because it's someplace you know. So there's nothing wrong with familiarity effect. But you can see how it's so effortless and easy for people to exploit it and put out something worse because you will enjoy it more. Yeah, exactly, Tullies. That's a good example. Alright, someone pick a number between 1 and, I think, 7. Pick it quickly. 3. 3 was wrong. Yes, I know it's possible to go in on a frame-perfect trick. I'm not even gonna go. So, Evo says 4. Let's try 4. 1, 2, 3. Getting hit, and 4. It was not 4.
Just what I needed.
So someone else said 5. Let's try 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey! Oh, what up, even? Nice. Not it, though, still.
Lucky.
Yeah, I believe they copied the sound effects from Mario World. I could be wrong about that, though. 2? Alright, let's try 2. Nope. Seven. Alright, let's do 7. It's not 1, I'm pretty sure. No, you just have to figure out which one it is. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Dang it, I was hesitating too much. Nope. That leaves 1, 6, and 8. That's probably not 1. Or is it? Is this the psych out? Am I trying to psych you out right now? Notice they give you a fresh power-up each time, but you also lose more and more time the more you do this. Let's try 1, because it's right here. Nope! It was not 1, so it has to be 6 or 8. This is it for all the marbles. I am vaguely amused that it's taking us this long. 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, it was 6. Good job. What is it, Poses now? Actually, I think it's a neat gimmick. It's a better take on the maze concept from Mario Bros. 1, in my opinion. Could you, like, not be a dick for 5 seconds? Stop changing direction while I'm trying to jump on you.
Mamma mia.
Perfect. I need to do better.
Let's go.
GBA, Geludo. Is this on the Switch? I don't even have the version of the Switch Online that has GBA games. So, funnily enough, it's actually beneficial to do this a couple of times just to get some power-ups. No! Okay, we got it, we got it. We're good, we're good. You may or may not have noticed, and granted, I suck at everything. Correct, Geludo. But this game is not what I would call easy. You are going to watch me die so many times. We might even put up the cheat flag just to get through the game today, because you know we got other stuff to do.
Just what I needed.
But yeah, I think this is an interesting take on the maze design. It's a little bit lower stress, but most importantly of all, and this is the big thing that I like about this, is the fact that this is 3. This is 4, this is 5, and this is 6. The biggest thing I like about this is that there's plenty of big visual indicators of what you're doing and how you're doing it. In Mario 1, you can kind of pick up on the fact that you're going through a maze, but nothing in the level design itself really indicates that. As we pointed out, 3-4 over in Lost Levels would have been a negative, unless, except for the fact that we were playing the All-Stars version, which added an audio indicator that you were going the right way. Oh yeah, sorry, orb. So, the way the level is designed here means that regardless of audio indicator, it's pretty obvious when you're going the right way and when you're not. And not all of the doors lead to the same outcome either. So there is some benefit to exploring each of the doors. If you feel like it, it's just the detriment is you have to take into account the timer. Oh yeah, Hammer Brothers are much less aggressive here than, like, usual. Just in general. God, I hate the Hammer Brothers in Mario 1. Alright, so we're actually gonna go down. No, we'll go up first. We'll go up first. So, we are about to encounter our first world gimmick. World 1 and 2 don't really have a gimmick other than just branching area design, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a good thing. But Mario World 3 and onwards have at least some kind of a gimmick going for them, with a couple of exceptions. Which we'll point out as we go. Okay. I'm gonna steal your coins then. Give me your coins. I need my lives. Okay. Now I need my health. Oh god. Nope. Yep, that was just death. I knew that was going to be death too. That's the best part. I have 99 coins. That's the best part. I have just died to gain nothing. So anyways, I'm probably going to die here too, because this is the water version of that. Yep, okay. So that's 2 deaths. This is all part of the plan. So now we can show off this. So unlike the NES version, it actually resets you to back where you're supposed to be, essentially. It reloads several things, so like the mushroom houses are back, and the things are back. And we keep our power-ups, but we also keep our stage progress. This is a change from the NES version, which resets you to the beginning of the world. Whether that's good or bad is up to you. I do think it's overall a better change, because it lowers the amount of slog, and reduces that kind of aggravation problem I already talked about. It does, however, get rid of the point of the freaking hammer. So you were asking me earlier what's the most worthless power-up in the game. Well, there's only really 2 candidates for that. The hammer, which you get from the Hammer Brothers, of course. There we go. And the music box. Now, the music box makes the Hammer Brothers go to sleep for a set number of stages. 1 second. Please, there we go. The hammer gets rid of a block on the world map, and with very few exceptions, there's no real reason to do that. Hello, Eternus. I do not have some good lineups for power-ups, so we're just going to pop this. Just going to nope out of all of this nonsense. Excuse me. Excuse me.
What I needed.
Excuse me. This also introduces sliding. Actually, we were introduced to sliding earlier. The point is, sliding is now a thing, so that's cool. Please go to the right. Thank you. Little more, little more, little more. Thank you.
What I needed.
I'm gonna go with yes, Yura. But the reason why is because of that pit right there. Because I managed to fall into that pit, the visuals of this level are clearly superior to the visuals of the original. Any questions?
What I needed.
Joking aside, there is a very specific reason I prefer the visuals of this version over the original. And that has to do with... yeah, that's what I found.
Just what I needed.
Graphical glitches. The original NES version is neat and all, but the graphical glitches in it really kind of bug me. And they're everywhere. Virtually every stage has at least some kind of graphical glitch because of the nature of how they were rendering. How they were essentially tricking the NES to do stuff that it frankly shouldn't have been able to do. They had to invent an entirely new code in order to be able to render, in order for the camera to be able to go in more than one direction, or rather more than 2 directions. And you're probably thinking, but you can go back or forward or up or down. Yeah, but you can't go diagonally. But in this game, you can go diagonally. Anyways. So. Notice the bridges right here. Bridges are down. The idea, the gimmick, there's actually 2 gimmicks behind this world. The first gimmick is those bridges change position every time, whoops. Every time you go through them. Every time you finish a stage. And by finish a stage, I mean every time you are no longer in a stage. Naturally, we have Big Bertha's underwater. Why wouldn't we? I mean, come on. And we're dead. Perfect. See how the bridges went up? So now we can't actually go across those. So you can kind of plan your route based on that, but it also kind of diminishes your ability to choose where you're going based on how you're doing. If you're trying to sweep, it's not really much of an issue. Yeah, does anybody like Big Bertha? I don't think even Big Bertha likes Big Bertha. I definitely don't like that particular thing that I can't think of the name. Blooper. I also don't like that particular blooper. Death to bloopers and death to the living, but not to Eva. Eva does not deserve death. Come back. Okay, that's cool. I didn't want that power-up anyways, really. I was thinking to myself, you know, power-ups are cool, but you know what I like more than power-ups? Not having power-ups on a difficult stage that's underwater while a nanny blooper kills me.
Just what I needed.
Go away, blooper. Nobody likes you. Go away. He's just squatting there. He's just squatting there like, hey. Yeah, you can't really control them like you could in Mario Brothers 1, so that's a shame. Adventure Island 2. I don't think I've played Adventure Island 2. I kind of hated Adventure Island 1 and sort of walked away from it as a result. So we're just going to get hit here. Like, we're not going to get trapped. We're just going to get hit. We're going to move on. Reward the Boitha. Yeah, when are we going to get a blooper suit for Mario? We already have the ink power-up in Mario Kart. You notice almost every stage, even ones that are otherwise mentioned, are designed otherwise, still have that kind of an end of the stage thing, specifically so that you can be like, hey, and actually activate it. All right, so, where's my hammer? So, this is the other gimmick of World 3. I don't know why, I thought this was so cool back in the day. Just roam around the islands. Can't actually get to the final stage, but you know. Would the Lich King conquer the Mushroom Kingdom easily or have issues? I'm pretty sure a stiff breeze could conquer the Mushroom Kingdom. There are 8 worlds in this game, not counting the E-card worlds. Did you ever play Jaws on the NES? No, actually. Not familiar with that one. More frog suits. It's okay, that's going to be helpful in World 7 and in something else coming up. Yeah, World 3 was kind of an experimental world. It's the barrier to entry. But could Mario beat the Lich King? Only if he could jump on him 3 times. Could the Lich King conquer the Koopa Kingdom? Yes. All the dry bones would be like, must follow Koopa. That's true. You gotta get rid of the crown first. Alright, now we gotta make a Warcraft Mario crossover, which I've already been doing in my head. Read the whole thing on fanfic. Whatever it's called these days. So, I'm gonna go and be honest with you. We're already officially at the point where I start to dislike the stages a bit, because the stages just start being, you know, Mario 1-ish. I don't have a better way to phrase that. So, wish me luck, because we're trying to sweep a little bit, and, well, you know.
Just what I needed. Oh, Mamma Mia!
So we're dead. As it should be. As it should be. Once again, we don't really lose any progress, thanks to this being the GBA version. If this wasn't the GBA version, death. Could the Lore Runner conquer the Mushroom Kingdom? Yes! Although he wouldn't use military might, because he wouldn't have to. That's just irritating, but okay. I'll accept that. That would be New Super Mario Bros. 1, I believe Talia said. Which is also the game that introduced Dry Bowser. I mean, I could probably seduce Peach. I think I could manage that. And then Bowser shows up, and I'm like, hey, Bowser. He's like, who are you? Nobody. She's taken by whom, though? Although, I do admit a fondness for people who are taken. Yeah, I'd explain economic theory to Bowser. And he would be like, oh, this is too complicated for me. I'm like, hang on, let me explain it to Cammy. He's like, sure thing. I mean... Okay, so I was gonna save talking about Peach's love life until we get to Mario Odyssey, which is arguably the first game to really address the concept. So back in the day, and I mean the day, like Mario 1, well, she does have hips, Evo. Back in the day, Peach and Mario had nothing going on with each other. Mario was a everyman stand-in for like the typical Japanese heroic type, right? Like, as I've said before, the story of Mario 1 is straight out of Japanese mythos. Demon, there's magical people, like spirit people. Their divine princess is kidnapped by the turtle demon, and the hero has to go save her. It was because of a last-minute change that person became Mario because of marketing, and that's what took that off. And so Mario's kind of a unique confluence of multiple things. But yeah, he was also exactly Talia said. Mario was just kind of their go-to for a while there. Is this the level? Nope. This is a fun one though. This is when we introduce these enemies to the game. You might think, what do they do? Well, they spit out spikes. See? Anyways, so so Peach and Mario haven't ever really had any connection to each other of any substance, other than the fact that they're friends, obviously, and that, you know, he tends to rescue her from Bowser. So that brings us to the RPGs, because the RPGs are the only games where, you know, any actual characterization happens, right? So, in the RPGs, is there any relationship there? No, not really. In fact, canonically, Peach is single and just kind of doing her own thing. The closest they ever talk about is referring to Peach as Mario's special one. But even that is just kind of its own thing. Yeah, by the way, Mario RPG are coming out in, what, like 4 days now? Oh my god. Hi. I can't imagine anything in the universe about how the new movie could be considered canon, Technos World. I know you're joking, but man. Thank you, Eternus. So, I know I'm talking, like, I get made fun of for this. Can I segue for a second? I get made fun of for thinking about things seriously. And I can see why, right? Like, the mentality there is basic. You put too much thought into a kid's cartoon show, or into Star Trek, or into, you know, some video games or whatever. Don't think about it so much. Anybody says is a moron, because there's no such thing as thinking about something too much. That's a lie. There is such a thing as thinking about something too much, but there's no such thing as a topic that is not worthy of thought, because that's what that's actually being said there. There's no reason to put too little thought into something simply because it is vector A, Y, or Z. Yeah, I was gonna say, a lot of crap. So, like, for example, let's talk this out. This is a real topic. We'll go ahead and clip this. Let's organize our thoughts a little bit here, because we're going through a ghost section with 1 HP, so that's fun. But we nail it first try, so that's fun too. Yeah, first of all, underthought sucks. There's a reason I have a whole topic, a whole term for that concept. Hang on a second. This is actually one of the harder ones, but we nail it. If I was to say that Mario is an evil person because of certain examples of him acting amusedly around characters. And if I was to present that as a serious discussion, then I have officially overthought, because there is such a thing as overthinking. There is such a thing as overthinking anything, actually. This is easy to understand because most of you have probably done this at least 50 times in your real life. Have you ever had a situation where maybe you were going to go hit the movies with someone and they were busy, and so you were like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, and you started reading into things and thinking into things, and it turns out it was all just smoke and mirrors because, in fact, they were just busy with work. That's overthought. Overthought is exactly what it sounds like. It's overthinking the situation. Because we as human beings, which you definitely are, we are pattern perceivers. We actually have a natural tendency, almost a need, to perceive patterns in the world around us, whether those patterns are there or not. Now, that's an advantage to us because we can look at patterns and start to understand the world around us, start to understand how to influence, interact the world around us. But it's also a detriment because we can see patterns that are not there. That's overthinking. However, if I sit down and give you a serious answer for the nature of the relationship between Peach and Mario in the Mario series, that's just me thinking, because I have put real thought into it. I'm not going to sit here and spend 50 hours trying to do some kind of stupid YouTube video about it or anything like that. I'm not going to try to turn it into some clickbait thing to get some clicks or whatever. I'm not going to try and sell it as some big serious theory, but there's no reason you cannot put serious thought into basically anything, whether it's a video game or a cartoon show or a book or whatever, right? That's just putting serious thought into it. And that brings me to the answer to your question, because someone was asking about Peach and Mario's relationship. Let's be clear, by all accounts, no, there's nothing there romantically. And that's fine. They're good friends who hang out periodically, and Peach, in almost every game where she has characterization, which is the freaking RPGs, she tends to be Peach. And she's kind of doing her own thing. And the reason she's doing her own thing is because she's busy half the time, and the other half of the time she's kidnapped. But even when she's kidnapped in the RPGs, she usually is still a part of the game. There's a reason that the Princess Peach section is named that, right? And Mario has no character, even in the RPGs, which sucks, but it's true. I was actually going to dovetail that into something else. Oh, right. We can also say one other thing, if I might be so bold. Daisy and Luigi, there's nothing disagreeing with that, Starscream, but there's also nothing agreeing with that. There's no evidence in favor. It's just, we have evidence disproving the idea that Peach and Mario are a thing. Anyways. So, overthought is a thing. There's nothing wrong with thinking, and underthought is a thing, too. Underthought is how you get some very, what TV tropes refers to as unfortunate implications, where something happens, and if you think about it for a few seconds, it's like, oh my god! My favorite example of that is actually a fairly recent one. How many of you have seen Wonder Woman 1984? In Wonder Woman 1984, I'm just going to spoil something for you. Her one true love totally comes back to life via magic in the body of some other guy. This is something that's never discussed or analyzed or anything has gone into it at all. It's just exactly as creepy and uncomfortable as it should be to us, and yet they act like it's a Tuesday. That is underthought in a nutshell. I actually came up with the term underthought with regards to Star Trek because Star Trek is rife with underthought. But the point of underthought is when there's something that should be a talking point in a movie, game, book, or show that isn't. If you've ever seen Harry Potter, you're also familiar with underthought because Harry Potter is also absolutely glutted with underthought. What does this have to do with Mario? There's a lot of underthought in Mario. Mario is actively they actively go out of their way to ensure that Mario has underthought, that they do not think about the consequences or thought or realities or anything about any of the stuff they introduce. It's just don't think about it. End statement. Ah! 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 Ahem. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, the example of underthought is actually from Star Trek Voyager. And it's the exact one that Kira White Noise just mentioned in chat. The ship of the USS Voyager regularly scans the brainwaves of its crew. Now, the problem with underthought is the reason why I keep bringing up this concept and the reason I keep pushing this topic is because some people think that the problem with underthought is that you don't like the concept. Oh, you just don't like the fact that Voyager scans people's brainwaves. No, that has nothing to do with anything. The thing I don't like about that is the fact that the writers didn't think about it. If you introduce something that should arguably be a setting changer, or at the very least a talking point, something that the characters could have differing opinions and perspectives on, something that could be an aspect of the world you're building, and then never do anything with it because you forgot about it next week, that's not good, in my opinion. Oh, right. So we're going to farm lives really quick just to speed up the rest of this. Is that cool with everyone? Cool. This is my personal favorite lives farming stage. There are a couple of other ones. Let's see how many attempts it takes me to make this happen, because I tend to screw this up a lot. I did screw this up last time, too. So that was first try. I'll take that. Yep, I'm just going to put the controller down. Oh no, it was absolutely Starscream. I think it might have had something to do with the development of the coming out of that Japanese mythos thing. So for example, so I was going to talk a little bit more about that. Someone asked, why is Peach a princess and not a queen? So I don't know where this comes from. I have a feeling this has its roots in real life monarchism and the nature of the Casus Belli era, which ended with the Great War. And I mean that sincerely, but there's this common conception that is still true to this very day, that princesses are good and queens are evil. That's such a common thing. That it is, I could name a dozen works, if you give me a minute to sit and think about it, that all pull that same concept. The princesses are always good people, and the queens are not. So, the reason Peach, and that's it, the reason why Peach is a princess is because she's the good guy. If it was Queen Peach, and yeah, My Little Pony is a good example of that with Princess Celestia and Queen Chrysalis. Maybe it comes from fairy tales, I'm not actually sure. Oh yeah, Princess Zelda, that's actually a great example of Starscream. We never hear about her becoming a queen, even though for all intents and purposes she has that. You get the idea, It is extraordinarily common in modern fiction, so that's why Peach is a princess. Although, now you got me thinking for the Mario rewrite. Or for the Mario 4X. What if we could have an event chain or a quest chain where you could promote Peach from princess to queen? And like that would come with all kinds of benefits, but it would completely change how she plays, right? It would be like a side faction built into the existing Mushroom Kingdom faction. So this should cover us for the rest of the run, hopefully. Something like that. Yeah, she just becomes edgy Violet. Have you seen Evil Princess Peach, by the way? If you haven't, look up Paper Mario 2 Evil Peach. Or Dark Peach, or something like that. Now, that's Possessed Peach. Spoilers. But still. Alright, I can make it. I've got 5 seconds left. Hey, are those Skittles? Damn it. Suck. I'm sorry. I think it might be Shadow Peach. Yeah. Anyway, so we got 134 lives. We're good to go. God, Nintendo was obsessed with Dark such and such for a while there, weren't they? Dark Zelda, Dark Peach, Dark Samus, Dark Link, actually, while we're on the subject.
Oh, mamma mia!
She does, Evo. That's why I asked it. Yeah, anyways. That's right, Dark Pit. I actually forgot about that. Over in Kid Icarus, there's Dark Pit as well. Okay, so pay attention this time, Laura. No, we got it all backwards. Nomura actually borrowed darkness from Nintendo. Wouldn't that be funny? Let's not look up Bowsette, shall we? I professionally recommend not adding that to your search history. I'm not actually joking. Viewer be warned. There's Boshi, Ross, does that count? I do remember that, Jabez. Sure, Trihexia. Whatever you say, Trihexia. Do not listen to Trihexia. Then you... Sure, Lord Harriman, Okay, sure. Hang on. Let's do a test case. Let's do an image search. Not logged in. What do we got here? Okay, so mostly just some kind of artwork, but nothing too bad. However, if I manage to go down to the third row, I've already found porn. Took 3 rows to get there. Yeah. Anyways, moving on. So I went to the internet and I found this. Let's go beat World 3. Oh, it's terrible. The king has been transformed. Please do the thing we always do. Yeah, there's a Chain Chompette, and there's also a Boo-ette. I don't know what they're actually called, but there's one for both. I don't know if there's any others. I don't actively troll for those types of images. Whoops. Well, I'm dead.
Oh, mamma mia!
Sure, Lord Harriman. I'm not even going to argue. We're done. This topic is over. So, as I was saying, Lord Harriman is literally Hitler because he doesn't... Oh, God, I can't remember. I was going to go with the whole gag. I was going to repeat one of, like, the stupid crier things from Dragon Age Origins, and I can't remember anything that they said. Oh, well, let's do hard mode, shall we? I'm actually going to save state because... Just because I kind of want to show this off. So, this is hard mode. The frog suit controls terribly anywhere outside of the water. You basically can't move normally. You can only hop. Bowsette is not a real character, no. Ugh. Oh god, it's so hard to control this frickin' thing. Ah! Okay, come on, give me something to jump off of. There we go. We're good, we're good. So, yeah, Bowsette was one of those internet things. There's really no other way to say that. Oh god, I don't even remember which one anymore. In one of the recent re-releases of a Mario game, they added this thing where where the Toad, no, could turn into Peach with this crown, right? So naturally, the question became, well, what if someone else used that crown? Okay, wish me luck. Hang on, pause. I'm gonna save state again. I really want to show this off. This doesn't count as cheating. I just want to show this off. And it's harder to do than it looks. And we've already failed, so okay, hang on, so let me reload. Jesus Christ, I failed on one step in. Okay. Didn't realize I couldn't jump on those. Ah! God damn, hang on. I have actually done this on the NES, although only like twice. Okay, so. Made it through the stage. No! God damn it, I got boxed in. We're doing this. This is happening. Shoot one. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna go left. Hurry. And I'm getting boxed. Oh my god, I got completely boxed in there. Holy crap. I think I need more aggressive. More aggressive. Yeah, by the way, the whole Crown Princess Peachette thing. Oh, bullcrap! Is a perfect example of underthought. Because it actually has some fascinating implications that are completely undiscussed. I hate everything. I hate everything in the world. I just want to show off this stupid thing. I've effectively beaten this boss like 3 times. And the boss is like, no, you can't beat it with the suit. Oh, screw you, game! The problem is, too, so this emulator sucks. I can't actually use hotkeys for reloading states. So the reason this is taking so long is I have to do this with the mouse every single reload and resave. Very frustrating. Okay, you're gonna land, and I'm gonna kill you. And then you're gonna spit at me from beyond the grave. God damn it, I hate this frickin' thing so much. I hate everything in the universe. Especially kittens. Kittens are the worst. They just meow all the time. Why are they meowing? Learn to speak American. God damn it, kittens. Oh, that actually spawned. Did you see that? That actually spawned on me. Did you see that? I hate doggos too. They exist. I hate everything. I hate everything. Oh my god. Is this even possible? Okay, she's gonna box me in, so I gotta go for it. Oh, come on! You bitch! Alright, so, hate everything. No, we're fully in sunk cost fallacy. This is our life now. Until we successfully accomplish this, this is our life. Do not clip that. Okay. There! Die in a fire! That doesn't count as cheating, because I'm just doing it to show this off. I beat her 7 times there. Or 10 or 20. However many that was. God damn it. Oh me, oh my! You've been transformed! Shall I change you back with this wand? And that was it. I hope that was worth it. They changed their dialogue if you're wearing a Tanuki suit, a Hammer Brothers suit, or a frog suit. Worth it. World 4. By memory, World 4 is one of my faves, so we'll see how this works out. So, this is the first screen of World 4, or Level 4-1. Giant cloud, giant pipes, and giant piranhas who do not pause if you're there. Giant block, giant Koopa, you get it. Here's your gimmick. I actually am quite unironically fond of this level, though. This was impressive to pull off on the NES. They actually had to pull some tricks that they did in Punch-Out, of all things. Not that the same developers made Punch-Out, I'm just saying similar tricks to try and get the NES to render this large of objects as a single interactable actor. And thus is another Mario staple established. Big World. Ah! And Dragonflight just got me killed. Why would you do this, Dragonflight? Why would you do this? Person whose name is not Dragonflight at all? It was Retro Justice. How could you, Retro Justice? I knew! I always knew. You can put that towards up to 3 things now, Retro Justice, if you want to pick 2 more. Ask me again after we've gone through this, because there's a little bit of auditing going on, too. Remember, we did knock away 2 points from Mario Bros. 1, and added, like, 3 to Mario Bros. 1? Oh my god, I'm paying too many attention to too many things at once. Sorry. We knocked away 2 points from Mario 2, and we added a couple of points to Mario 1. So, there is a little bit of auditing going on here. No, it doesn't work that way, Retro Justice. You got me killed again! How could you do this? I will say this, without any auditing, it's in the 70s, I'm pretty sure. You have to pick 2 more things, Retro Justice. If you don't, then I will destroy Dragonflight with my bare hands! Just like that. Did you see that? That's going to be the fate of Dragonflight. You know, I think one of the other reasons I like World 4, and I'm going to eat these words because I just keep dying, it's easier than World 3. And I know that that's stupid considering I'm dying left and right, but I stand by it. World 3 is kind of mean, honestly. Like I said, it's your barrier to entry world. And World 4 is a bit of a breather back from that, which is good because after this is World freaking 5. And then 6, and then 7, and then 8. So this is the breather world, the only one. Fucking Cheep Cheeps, I swear!
Mamma mia!
Some would argue this is the good Mario game, Evo. Some would argue. Those people... To hear the rest of this message, donate $2 now.
Just what I needed.
No! God, no! I'm joking, Evo. You better not. I swear to God. I cannot deal with that today. You better not.
Oh.
No! I died all because of that. Yeah, Ross says this is the best Mario game. I've been meaning to ask you. Why do you say that, Ross? Now, I know, I've said many times myself that there's nothing wrong with having a vague personal preference that you don't really think about. But I'm asking you to think about it. What pulls this up for you? Above Galaxy 2, above Galaxy 1, above Odyssey, above Wonder, above World, above New You. Thank you for being part of the show, Retro Justice. I'm going to go ahead and jot that down now, finally. For Dragonflight, Mario and Luigi block, and the Zelda block. You got it. I mean, 3 is legitimately a game-changer game. This game, it is not hyperbolic to say, changed gaming. Not to quite the same extent that Super Mario Bros. 1 did, but to an extent that we're still feeling the reverberations of today. In fact, I'm going to go and put this in the highlight reel. If Mario 1 is the Great War, Mario 3 is World War II. This is the big, obvious one, the one everybody knows about, the one that everyone's done too many studies on, that they've made 15 films of. but also was a bit of a sea change for pretty much the entire planet. I swear to God, Evo. If that's from you, trying to get me killed again, like you do. Please don't. Okay, there we go. It's okay, she would never dare. I mean, I've seen several fan works that just make Bowser out to be a Hitler-esque character. Not that I agree with it at all. Oh my God, Eva, why would you do this to me? Alright, hang on. I gotta go, send some money to a friend of mine. Wait a minute. You didn't say don't pal. Thank you, Evo. Thank you so much. Nose to keyboard. Ugh. But yeah, no, this game is Quake, or actually, to be honest, this game's probably more like Half-Life 1, if we're going to continue that particular parallel. The concept of the platformer was well and truly going. Nintendo was running a high. Video games were starting to really become a rise that would be fully realized by the PlayStation 1 and the early PC era. And by the early PC era, I mean more like the late PC era, but let's shut up. Let's not get into that. Eras are weird, okay? What do you want from me? Gaming started in, like, the 60s, okay? Just shut up. So... Ah! You don't actually have to shut up. Croatia, I demand that you not shut up.
Here I go.
Ugh, screw it, screw it, screw it, screw it, screw it. Screw it mode engaged. Engage, blurg. Okay, so hold on. First, thank you, Croatia, very much. I will jot that down for some things, if you give me a minute. Ow. So that's going towards Gothic, Colony Ship, and Mass Effect, Andromeda. Remind me what I was saying at the beginning of the message, because I don't remember how I started that sentence. I don't know where that is. Ah, well. So you prefer a course clear to Collectathon? Okay, cool. I think the game's difficult to get a progression perfectly designed. I don't agree with that. You think World's too easy? Sure. Reminds you of your grandmother? Cool. Alright. That's all valid. I'm afraid, though, I must still think that you're literally Hitler. Stuff like that is why I push Mario 3 below Mario World, by the way. You say that Mario World is too easy, and it's hard for me to argue against that, but honestly, I find Mario 3 too frustrating. Mario 3 is irritating to play, for lack of a better way to put it. Yeah, Mario 3 just has several points where the game is just like, nah, screw you. And it's really, really easy to lose a weirdly large amount of progress from having done effectively nothing wrong. Now, actually, some of that is mitigated by this exact version of the game we're playing, because you can save. So first of all, that's a huge plus. But also, if you game over, it saves your current progress. So that's also a huge plus. But that doesn't change the fact that a lot of the stages just end up with death. Death, 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 death. Now you could say that's on me for sucking, and I can't argue against that because it's one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard in the universe, but I don't have anything else to add to that because I can't argue against it. So you win. This is the best game ever made. Negative to gameplay. Now thank you, Jadoho, very, very much for that support. If you want to put that towards supporting up to 3 future games, please let me know. And I'm glad you like the VODs. Execute Order 66. No, Sean, no. And yes, I know you put it towards Dawn Trail, so I will put at least part of that towards Dawn Trail. But yeah, I suppose I really don't have any other thing to add to why I prefer World over this. Because even, I said it at the beginning of the day, even if I'm just thinking vaguely in the top of my head, Mario 3 tends to be more fondly thought of in my head. But when I actually sit down to play it, every single time I sit down to play it, including the last time I played it, which was about a year ago, and the time I played it before that, which was for an unrelated stream, every single time, I am reminded by how much this game pisses me off. And that's what drags it down for me, right there. More than anything else. I'm not going to say it's the deal breaker, because it's still a damn good game. And I was still looking forward to playing it. But, yeah, no, this game can lead to some very serious tilt. It's one of the reasons I've just been chatting. God damn it. Because chatting helps me to kind of focus on something other than the fact that I've died like 10 times on this stage, having not gotten past the second screen. Now, honestly, I suck. Again, I can't argue against that. There's no argument to be had there. Except there abso-frickin-lutely is. Because I was thinking about this recently. First of all, I am good at video games. Anybody who says otherwise is just a goddamn liar. But second of all, and more importantly, I have been playing Mario games for the better part of about 2 weeks now. And I've been kind of nailing it. In fact, I've been playing better than I ever have before in these very games. Including the one I'm playing right now. And that's why I'm emphasizing the irritation rather than the difficulty. Because the argument that's usually leveled about how easy Mario 3 is, or Mario World is because of how relatively easy it is to recover. See you around, Jurgen Grumman. But the thing about Mario 3 is it's not hard in the strictest sense of the word. There are levels that are hard. Instead, it's just irritating. Now, let me rephrase that. To say that the entire game is irritating is obviously a huge misnomer. There's tons of this game that's awesome. Come on. Come on back. Ah, screw it. I'm just gonna go over them. And I think I just realized right now one of the biggest reasons why. And it's because I just got a spam email. Leave me alone. You are lowering the score of Mario 3. Random spammer. And they're like, yes, good, good. Oh, my back. So, hang on, I need to check something. That's what I thought. Okay, cool. This is weird. Mario 3 has no mid-mission checkpoints. And I don't think I ever processed that fact until about a minute ago. And I think that by itself is why this game irritates me. Literally, that one thing. Because I have encountered that many, many times in my life, to the point where not having mid-mission checkpoints, in other words, having to redo a section over and over and over and over, and if you screw up, you have to do the whole stage over again, is irritating to me. That is pretty much the definition of irritating to me. Like, I am now about, I don't know, 5 feet from the end of the game, from the end of the stage, and I have to do that entire stage over again. And it's weird, now that I'm thinking about it, because Mario 1 had mid-mission checkpoints, even on the original NES. So did Mario 2, by the way. So they had to remove them from Mario 3. And I'm vaguely confused by that fact. I don't know. Yeah, World also has mid-mission checkpoints. I probably have a dozen power-ups I'm just not using. I don't know. Stubborn spite, because I suck at video games. Well, that's an interesting question. Are these stages actually shorter than Mario 1's? Or Mario 2's, for that matter? Like, have you ever looked at a map of those stages? Because they're short. We could, literally map them. That would be an interesting exercise. I mean, that makes sense. Steve Blum is still active and, you know, easy to get a hold of. I'm not gonna go for the one-up. There's no reason to. I got 121 lives. Get out of my face. Get out of my face.
Lucky. Oh.
And now we have to do the entire stage again. I actually don't have really good power-ups right now. There are some stages in 3 that are extraordinarily short. I think Steve Blum could pull off pretty much whatever he was tasked to. He would certainly do a better job than Chris Pratt. Oh, I forgot to answer K when he was asking about that. Oh, well. Yeah, this leads me to the other thing. One of the most common criticisms I hear about Mario World, and I just heard Ross give it just a few seconds ago, is that the cape is too good. Well, that's true, but that's also true in every Mario game. In Mario 1, it was the Fire Flower. In Mario 2, there's nothing, because there are no power-ups. But in Mario 3, it's the leaf. Like, the leaf breaks this game in half. Just like the cape does. And I suppose I don't understand why people have a problem with that, if that makes any kind of sense. Because I'm fine with an optional power-up that makes the game substantially easier. That's kind of the point of a power-up. Especially when it's optional, right? I mean, that's true, Ross. I'm not going to argue that. Although, admittedly, I don't know how to do infinite flight in Mario World, so I've never experienced that personally. Don't tell me how to do it. I've looked it up. I've tried it. I do not know the timing of it. And I'm okay with that. I don't particularly want infinite flight. I think the cape is a great power-up. It might even get its own positive because it is so innovative and creative and fun. I cannot imagine that being a negative for me, personally. Like, honestly, I actually think the cape should come back. I agree with that. It's a great power-up. Then again, I like the cat suit, which also kind of broke that game open. There's also the propeller suit in Wii, which breaks that game open. 3D World had the cat suit, so 3D Land had the frickin' Tanuki suit again. Alright, Yura. I'll bite. Why? Yeah, one thing that I don't like about 3, legitimately, is there's several very cool power-ups in this game that you never really get to play with. Like, the Hammer Brothers suit is in this game. It's actually one of my favorite power-ups ever in, like, all of Mario. I don't think it even shows up until World 6, and there's only a literal handful of them in the entire game. Now, one thing I will agree to is that while Mario 3 has bad boss design, Mario World has boring boss design. I will agree with you on that. No! I don't know. Nope. Ah. Yeah, Mario World's bosses honestly suck. I will agree, it's actually one of the bigger negatives to that game for me. Other than Soten, could you name any, Europe? Because I can't think of any off the top of my head. Other than Soten. Oh yeah, so, right. Will this be our highest rated NES game? That's a good question. I've never seen Street Fighter Alpha 2 on the PS1. So, I don't know about that one. Mega Man 8 I'll give you. Also X4. And only X4. I mean, technically this isn't a NES game, that's true. But we are kind of auditing the original here. Since this is, so far, more like the original than I thought it was. To be completely honest with you. Like, there's a few gameplay changes, and they've adjusted the stage design around the smaller screen, which is good. That's exactly what they should do. The problem is it hasn't really changed the stages, unlike, you know, Super Mario Bros. 2, where the stages were actually different. Yeah, Mario 3 was, I think, the least changed of the All-Starses. Whereas most of the other ones had some substantial changes added to them. No. Let's just not. Sup?
Woohoo! Just what I needed.
You know, it's really funny. And maybe this is due to that difficulty / frustration thing we just talked about. I beat Mario World the day I got it. I beat Mario 3 months later. It took me a long time to push through this game. Now you're probably thinking, why would you have such slow progress? Well, remember there's no saves, no continues, no, like, password feature, no nothing. Unless you know where the whistles are, that's it. So anytime I sat down to try and make progress on 3, I had to start over from 1-1. By contrast, in World, if I put the game down, I could start over again. Having said that, yes, obviously, you know, I was younger when Mario 3 came out, so that probably has something to do with it. If I were to guess on the matter. Sorry, I know I keep emphasizing this point, but I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm old and worthless and terrible, but I remember being like this when I was a kid, too. The old and worthless part. I really value mid-mission checkpoints. I really value not having to retread my steps. Having to replay the first half of a stage or an entire stage over and over and over isn't really fun to me in any game. And so it's why I value it when a game gives me some kind of option to deal with that. It's why Half-Life, which I can point to rather specifically, was such a game changer for me. And I know what you're thinking, but Doom did that first. You're right. But Half-Life is when I really was playing a game for the first time that allowed me to do the ever-important quick save and quick load. Jesus Christ. And being able to quick save and quick load was just a huge game changer for me. And yes, I know, quick save predates Half-Life. I get that. But I didn't really play the games that predated Half-Life. Yeah, GTA 5 is actually a great example of that. Probably, god damn it! Probably the biggest reason why GTA 5 is so high on the list for me and absolutely crunches every previous GTA game for me is because of the fact that it has mid-mission checkpoints and nothing else. Now, there are other things on display there. I don't want to say it like that, but like that's whatever the opposite of a deal breaker is, right?
Just what I needed. is.
What's the opposite of a deal breaker? Deal maker, I guess? That's the deal maker for me when it comes to GTA 5. And any game, really. You have a proper save system, or you have the ability to do mid-mission checkpoints, that's a positive. There's a reason why, if you think about it, we actually have 2 separate categories for giving positives for that kind of a thing. The mid-mission checkpoint category. And the saves category. I hate everything in the universe. And of course, Pax is here to watch me die over and over and over in freaking Mario 3. Like, is my friend here to watch me actually play a game well? No, of course not. That would be stupid. God damn it. Whatever. The good news is this is probably the last or second to last game that we'll be having the lots of deaths things on, because after this, as I mentioned earlier, not only does the design philosophy change, but mid-mission checkpoints. It's pretty much going to be the norm from this point onwards. So, yay. And yes, this is the first iteration of, I don't even remember what they're called, but the homing bills. Why did I do that? I've never done what if the main character died story changes for games. No? I mean, that's such a sea change in several cases that it's hard to even, like, wrap your mind around it. Like, what if Mario dies at the beginning of 1-1? Well, everything changes forever. Like, that's such a sea change. I don't even know if I can process that. Oh, yeah. Check it out. Anybody remember Tiny Huge Island from Mario 64? What's really funny is this game pulls off the exact same trick in the exact same way. There's just 2 separate iterations of the world that you travel through. And if you go through one of the pipes, you just go to the equivalent pipe on the other world. That's it. That's the big change. It's still a very cute concept, and I still like this. It's part of why World 4 is awesome. Stuff like this.
Oh, Mamma Mia.
And now I have to do the entire stage over again. So... Oh. Most people say Mario World easy is easy because of the cape era. Mario World has the cape, which is not an indicative of easiness. It has mid-mission checkpoints, which is not an indicative of easiness. It also has several safety net mechanisms in place, just like Mario 3 does, which is not an indicative of easiness. So, it does have boring bosses. I will never argue that. I mean, in this exact version of the game I'm playing, hang on. In this exact version of the game, Bowser actually has collision on his lower sprites. Sorry, Here, let me get rid of the sound for you. Yeah, he just has a clown car. Why does he have a clown car? Yeah, if I could add one last thing, and I mean no insult to anybody who says World is a terrible, awful game. Ross! But, one last reason why it kind of weirds me out, that one of the biggest and most common complaints I hear about World is that it's easy, is because of the presumption that easy makes the game worse. That's strange to me. And I really don't have a better way to explain that other than, huh? No judgment. But, like, huh? You know what I'm talking about. People have a really strong tendency to use easy as an insult, as a way to try and say that a game is not good. And it's really, really, really common. I do agree that there's such a thing as too easy. But that's not what I'm saying. And frankly, that's not what they're saying either. This is fascinating. So, like, 1-1 in Super Mario Bros. 1 is longer than, looks like every stage in World 1 of Mario 3. Hmm. But anyways, I'm retreading ground. I have nothing new to add to this topic. Feel free to try and tell me to my face that Kirby's Adventure is a bad game. And I will just be like, okay. Because that's the only thing I can respond to with that is, okay. I mean, after all, a lot of people thought that Super Mario Bros. 1 was too easy. So much so that they made an entire game about that. Can I give an example of too easy being a negative? Actually, I can. Because we've reviewed one game, ever, which has gotten a negative for the game being too easy. Can you guess what it is before I tell you?
Here I go.
I'll give you a hint, it is not a current review. So it's one of the old, outdated reviews. I do try all the time to make you think, Yura, but it is your birthday, so I shouldn't be harsh about that. So tell you what, Yura. Just for you, I'll just tell you it. It was Pokemon Omega Red and whatever the other one is, like Alpha Sapphire or something like that. Something like that. See, the problem is, and to be very clear about this, even Pokemon Sword and Shield wasn't too easy. But Pokemon Omega Ruby was so goddamned easy that it defeated all point of having Pokemon or raising them or having a build or any of the stuff that Pokemon is kind of about at its fundamental core. Setting up your team and kitting out your team. That game was so easy that it had exactly one fight in it that I would consider acceptable. The very, very, very last one, by the way. Oh my god. Oh my god. Too slow, too slow. Yep, I knew that was gonna happen. It's okay. Now, I suppose I'm just a giant hypocrite, so I'll accept that. Because the problem is, I haven't actually played those Blue Dragon Fire mods. The problem is, too easy, which I do agree it can be a negative.
Oh, mamma mia!
Too easy is subjective. So, You know, Super Mario Brothers 1 is too easy. Super Mario Brothers 3 is too easy. Super Mario World is too easy. Super Mario Odyssey, too easy. Dark Souls 2 is too easy. I have legitimately heard the argument that Dark Souls 1 is too easy.
Mamma mia!
I bet you can even guess why, too.
Let's go!
Hi, Valerian. Actually, not the summons. That's why people think Elden Ring is too easy. No, it's Pyro.
Ooh, just what I needed.
Or whatever it's properly called. You know what I mean. Being a fire mage. I've actually heard a lot of people complain that Diablo 2 and 3 are too easy. So, here's what this boils down to, okay? When I hear someone say that a game is too easy, generally speaking, what I do is I mentally tune them out and assume that they're full of crap. And I'm just going to be very honest with that. Because most of the time, in my experience, they are. Most of the time, when someone says too easy, they don't really mean that legitimately. They don't mean that as an actual complaint. They don't mean that as someone who's actually put any real thought or effort into it. They haven't analyzed the game. They haven't thought it through with regards to all the permutations available. They're just complaining, or whining, or being elitist, and that's it. However, in the interest of honesty and fairness, we do have to acknowledge that too easy is a gradient. It's something that depends on you. So, I withdraw my complaint about you, Ross. I apologize for inferring that there's something wrong with you, even though I didn't mean that to begin with, for saying that Mario World is too easy. I admit I get really, really frustrated because a lot of people say that Mario World is too easy without putting any thought into it. Because I have seen people who say Mario World is too easy, and then can give no tangible evidence for that being a fact, other than the fact that the cape exists, which, as I've already said, is not actually a valid reason to call Mario World too easy. No, don't apologize, Ross. You're fine. That's my point, is that I am apologizing. Whoa, okay, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Yep, because this is one of the bouncer ones. Okay, we're good. All of this, if I could continue down this train of thought for just a second, all the way back to Final Fantasy V. Final Fantasy V was kind of a game changer for how I thought of difficulty in games. For me. Because Final Fantasy V is a game that people will not shut up about how easy it is. Oh my god, it's DK Jr. I'm dead serious. One of the most common complaints and one of those common comments I hear about FF5 is how it's so easy. 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 And I get sick to death of those comments. Yeah, it's worth noting, FF5 is probably the actual single hardest Final Fantasy game. That's not a joke, by the way. However, FF5 also puts a tremendous amount of tools into the player's hand. And if you happen to know what you're doing, so you've already played the game, you've already mastered the game, or you have a walkthrough, then you can do many, many things to get through pretty much every encounter, every dungeon, and every boss in the entire game. Everything has multiple ways to do it, and there are multiple ways to break the game in half. That doesn't make the game easy. And when I realized that, this is actually a long time ago, when I finally realized how invalid that mentality was kind of just a sea change for how I view difficulty in games as a whole. Yeah, FF5, if you know what you're doing, is actually quite easy. If you don't... Pfft. Now, ironically, when we come to reviewing FF5, this will be a talking point. Because almost everything you can do to break FF5 is not really information that's in the game. You have to either just experiment, or know the game. You know, have a walkthrough, right? Arguably, FF5... There's no arguing. FF5 will almost assuredly get negatives for info in-game, because good luck figuring anything out without going to Google or to GameFAQs or whatever. So, okay, this is Iggy's airship. One of the only airships in the game with a second power-up. I don't know how that happened. I wasn't looking at the screen. What happened? I literally wasn't looking. I was looking at the chat. What happened? How did I walk? Okay. Whatever. Sure. Let's do the entire stage over again. God damn it. I feel like I already complained about this point. Then I'm afraid, Savicom, that I'm going to have to give you a negative to gameplay. Oh yeah, you know what? Actually, that's a great example, Jitoho. Am I pronouncing that even close to correctly, by the way? Morrowind is a super easy game. And I've heard that opinion for years. I've heard the opinion for years upon years upon years that Morrowind is a baby game for babies because it is so easy. And those people are wrong. Fundamentally wrong. Because Morrowind has a lot of things you can do to crack the game in half. The most infamous and well-known example is probably the ability to do alchemy while in pause menu. So you just have to make a potion that buffs your stats for 1 second, which is much easier to do than like a proper potion. And then you just make a bunch of those potions and then you buff your stats into like the 90,000 range. And then once you're like super statted up, then you could do anything. Like you could craft ultimate stuff, you can make ultimate potions, you can make jumps, etc, etc, etc. That doesn't make Morrowind an easy game. Frankly, that's right up there with calling Oblivion an easy game, which is also something I've heard, by the way. Because, check this out, in Oblivion, you can craft spells. Sorry, if there's a theme here you're noticing, it's because all of these tend to follow, and this is why I said FF5 was kind of a game changer for me. All of these follow the exact same thing. I've heard many, many people argue over the years that games that give tools to the players are easy, and that being said as a negative, as if that's a bad part of the game, that the game shouldn't give the player those tools. You shouldn't have access to the job system. You shouldn't have access to alchemy. You shouldn't have access to custom spells. You should not have access to the cape, right? And I extraordinarily disagree with that. And forgive me for sounding like actually angry, but I've been hearing this argument for the better part of 30 years. It's just, it really started coalescing in my mind in the last about 15 or so. Like I said, when I really started doing 4-Job Fiesta was when I started being like, hold on a second. Fun fact, by the way, just random commentary. Of the 3 dominant Elder Scrolls games, the one... Okay, I gotta watch the game this time. Of the 3, the one that I broke the most was actually Skyrim. Now, I believe this has since been patched out, but when Skyrim launched, you could, like, do what I called the crafting circle. I don't know what it's properly called, I don't care. But, like, hang on a second. Whoop! So, like, you enchant a piece of gear with plus to alchemy, and then you make yourself a potion that raises your enchanting, and then you enchant a piece of gear that raises your blacksmithing, and then you make a piece of gear that buffs your alchemy, and then you put on the gear to buff your alchemy, and it was like you could just slowly increase. It still required time and effort and resources, but you could like build up and build up and build up and build up until you, yeah, it was an endless loop. It was you were getting more out of the system than you were putting into it. It was more than 100% efficiency. And so I just was like, build up, build up, build up, build up, and then I made myself two swords that looked cool, that were death, and then I went and just destroyed the rest of the game. Really? So I didn't know that was still in the game. I thought I heard that they actually nerfed that. Oh yeah, I'm super saving these Power Wings. I've played this game before. Ah, so they nerfed it. That's what I was hearing, though. Yes, save progress. Welcome to World 5. Population Hell. So, World 4, despite my many, many, many deaths,
What I
it's
needed.
like about 14 or so, was the breed of the world. Now the gloves have come right back off. On the plus side, World 5 starts to get really creative with its level design. In fact, so I'm going to tell you guys a story. I'm not going to tell you it right now because I'm evil. Any questions? I always forget how few iframes you have in this one.
Here I go. Let's go. Let's go.
Notice how even the first two stages, by the way, are inventive, innovative, cute, interesting, fun. I also screwed this stage up. Like, completely. But that's okay. 'Cause I suck. If I died, that's what would happen.
Let's go.
Just doing it the easy way. Don't mind me. Because I'm a baby who plays baby games for babies. I always save the P-Wings. I prefer not to use them, to be totally honest, but I like having them in the back pocket, you know what I mean? Absolutely, Yura. No question. I mean, to use a very recent example, I know I keep going back to this, but Cyber Shadow was not a particularly long game. Like, I died a bunch on several stages, but it was always, like, right back into it. It's our first Tanuki suit. And that game is balls hard. Yeah, Cyber Shadow is just, hi! Pwonk! But, like you say, texture's a great word for that, Euro. Like you say, it added texture to it. Let's not do 5-3 just yet. I'm going so slow, I might not beat this game today. I figured I would. Ah, well. Is that a challenge, Savicon? Or is that a challenge, Potato? What's going on, man? I haven't seen you in a bit. I hope things are as well as they can be. Fun fact, Tanukis do not have gigantic balls. Do not Google that. It's one of my favorite jumps in the whole game right here. And by favorite, I mean... okay, we're good, we're good. So you said it was 8-2? Which one's 8-2? Hang on. Thank you, Potato. I will jot that down for absolutely nothing. Unless you want to put it towards up to 3 things. In which case, let me know. So, new tile set. I'm sorry, what was the question, Evo? Was the question, dear Lord, why is 5-3 one of the best stages in the game? I actually have a very simple answer for you. In fact, I have a 2-word answer for you. You ready for this? You ready for this? So this stage was just thrown together just for fun. There's no real challenge here. It's just, you know what? Here you go. This is also a tech test, because almost everything about Mario 3 is a tech test. Hang on. Mario 3 introduces the concept of a vehicle. We actually have already talked about Mario 3. And by goddamn talk, Laura, get words to go. The concept of a vehicle is exactly what it sounds like. It's something that just, you know, you have access to, regardless of your current power-up setup. So with your big, small, in between, you retain your power-up state, but then you have the shoe put on top of it. The really weird thing is Karibo's shoe, to my knowledge, has only ever shown back up once. In Mario & Luigi, I think 1. It was 1 or 2 or 4. And it has like, essentially what is a brief cameo in that game. As a creature that you kill and then get inside of. Pretty much best in slot right here. Your jump is huge, you get an extra health layer, and you can jump on things you otherwise couldn't. And you're probably thinking, hang on, if this is a tech demo, where'd they go with this? Yoshi. This is the tech demo for Yoshi in Mario World. As you are probably familiar with it, Miyamoto specifically had Yoshi designed before Super Mario Bros. Came out. In fact, he was trying to pitch the idea of introducing Yoshi in Super Mario Bros. And Super Mario Bros. 2 and Super Mario Bros. 3. So as you might imagine, he was really jazzed when he finally was able to introduce it in Mario World.
Just what I needed.
Oh, was it Inside Story? I guess it was Mario & Luigi 3 then. My bad. And it was one of them. I'll be completely honest. 1, 2, and 3 blur for me like a lot. God damn it, little Billy. That's true, we do have the ice skaters. I actually forgot about that. Anyways. So, visuals. It's a good question. What do you think of the visuals? Art Director Ivo Iliani. Admiral Ivo Iliani. Admiral of the Art Direction Department, Ivo Iliani. Artmiral. I love it. I love it. Is the boot better than Yoshi? Well, the boot is cool, but the boot doesn't go Yoshi. So no, I'm gonna go with Yoshi on that one. So I'm gonna say something very controversial. One of the things I like most about Mario 3 is it has a strong sense of visual continuity. Each world has its own visual flair to it, and each stage follows that. You can almost always tell where a stage is in the worlds of the game simply by looking at it. The sky stages always look like they're in the sky, the desert, the water, the water. There are precious few exceptions to that. And that adds so much to the narrative axis of this game. And it's why this game is probably going to score pretty well, relatively speaking, on the story axis. To wit, when I was a kid, I'll get the timestamp. When I was a young man,
Just what I needed.
there was this stage. And I'm just playing the game normally. Some of you have heard this story before. And I was just like, alright, this is cool. It's a vertical stage. I've already played Mario Bros. 2, so like vertical stages aren't super new to me. So I'm like, okay, cool. It's going up, going up. Keep going up. Oh, we're like on top of the... That's cool. Huh. This is neat. We're actually up. Alright, well, oh, we're still going further up. Okay. What are we going further up? Oh, there's more castle up here. Okay, whatever. And then I just kind of stopped thinking about it for a second. I was like, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's a Mario game. There's no story here. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. There's nothing to think about here. Oh, well. Anyways, further up. Oh, wow. Like, we're way up here now. There's, like, clouds and everything. Holy crap. Where do I go from here? Huh. Well, let's see what these things do. Oh, here we go. Okay. God, we're going even further up. That's strange. Alright, whatever. What does this lead to? And then I looked down, and even in the NES version, this is here. I looked down at the world we were just at, down below. And it was just such a minor little thing, but it blew me away. It actually blew me away that the stage went up until we entered a different world where we could look down at the world we were just at. And there's something about, that's what I call visual continuity. When you can look down and see where you've come, or consequently see where you're going. And it's such a minor thing with the advantage of hindsight, but this kinda blew me away. And that's a good thing, because World 5 in the sky is where I'm going to die a lot. I know what you're thinking. You've been dying a lot already. No. No. You haven't seen me die a lot yet. Actually, reset here. So that's bad. So we're going to reset a little bit. Yeah, but I only got to World 5. 4? No, I guess 5 is correct. And lost levels without using save states, or rewinds, actually. Whatever the hell I was using. I'm gonna no longer be ashamed about having leaves, too. Well... This game has a couple of different songs. We will have to decide how we use the, how we gauge the music of this one. Because it only has a few, really. God damn you. Turned around at the last second. Look at that. Well, sucks to be you. I will still use you as my brick-breaking slave. Mwahaha. Oh god, I'm dead. Of course I died of something pointless and stupid. That's the only thing I could die to in video games, is stuff that's pointless and stupid. It's a rule. See, look at that. That's a rule. It's a law. I will say this game is probably good enough for a single music positive. That's certainly what we gave it last time. So that probably counts. First Tanuki suit. This is the special power-up of the Tanuki suit. It's otherwise just a leaf suit that looks cute, but it has that power-up, and that can actually stomp different things than normal things. Yes, you did, Evo. I don't remember. Okay. What did I ask you to draw? Because I asked you to draw like 15 things, and I can't remember any of them right now. We already did the Mega Man thing. I already asked you about the movie uniform. There was one other thing. I can't remember. There's an active thing I asked you to draw, and I can't remember what it is. I'm sorry. Well, we just lost the Tanuki suit, so I hope you enjoyed that. We were ambushed by a power-up. Yeah, our first star. Heh. Lol, Ross. I mean, it's not funny, but lol. I will also admit one other thing. This is, of course, on me. But I'm not what you'd call practiced about Worlds 5 through 7. Or no, 5 through 6. Which I guess is just 2 worlds, but whatever. So I don't have as much practice in these worlds, which is probably why I remember them as badly as I do. Probably thinking, why don't you have practice in them? Because I'd usually warp to World 7 or 8. Like, when I replayed this game, I would get 2 warp whistles, and then I'd warp to the end, because of course I would. Because there's no saves. Yeah, warp whistles. Which we haven't even shown off yet, and honestly, I have no plan to. There are 8 worlds, yes. What, visually? It's alright. In terms of its approach, it's an interesting thing, because if you decide to use its special gimmick, which is its Stone Stomp, it's extraordinarily powerful. It can kill pretty much anything in the entire game. But you're also committed. If you fail at that jump, you're dead. There are 3 whistles total. I believe we have all 3, actually.
Ooh, just what I needed.
And you need all 3 to warp straight to the end, if I'm remembering correctly. Or maybe you only need 2. I forget the exact setup. But it's like you warp to World 5 or 4? I forget which. You warp forwards, though. Oh, Jesus, these guys. You warp forwards, and then you, like, warp again. Ugh. Within the warp zone, and that's what gives you the World 8. Well, you see Reign 36. That's going to be $23 million if you want me to do 5-6 with the freaking frog suit. Although I bet someone's done that. What do you want to bet?
Just what I needed.
You've heard of vote with your wallet? This is a little more literal than that's usually taken, but it's still true. God, I hate Lakitu. I could see that, Yura, because yeah, the handheld.
Let's go.
Yeah, we should have a frog suit still, I think. Find out in a second. We have 2. We have 3 frog suits. Don't worry, we'll probably go through all of them.
Let's go.
You like lava, right? Well, here's some lava in your lava. Yep, the floor is lava, and also the ceiling.
Oh, mamma mia. Let's go.
Music boxes put the Hammer Brothers on the world map to sleep temporarily for like 3 stages, I want to say, something like that. Yeah, how did Bowser do this? Actually, there's a better question. Considering most of these fortresses are repurposed, in other words, this is the Sky Kingdom, not the Koopa Kingdom. So this is the Sky Kingdom's fortress.
Mamma mia.
So how, and more importantly, why did the Sky Kingdom make this fortress like this?
Let's go.
Oh god, this is their prison right here. to the lava fortress. No!
Mamma mia! Let's go!
Oh, that's a good point. Most of the prisoners here could probably fly. The Sky Kingdom. That's a good point. So we surround you with lava. Just lava, as far as the eye can see. I mean, how did Bowser come to power? How is the Koopa Kingdom the way it is now? All these answers and more will be answered in 2 games in Yoshi's Island. That's not true. There'll be no answers in that game. Although we will talk about the Mario-verse's strange relationship with continuity. Because they actually dallied in it for a bit there. God damn it. I was actually doing well. Time to die and do the whole stage over again.
Let's go!
So. Nope, apparently it's the next stage, my bad. So nothing is worth talking about here at all.
Just what I needed.
Just wanted to get that out there. I will say one other thing that 3 has over World. Although I don't think it makes 3 a better game, it just makes 3 more memorable. 3 is more interesting visually. There's not a lot of difference visually between World 1 or 3 or 8 or 15 over in Mario World. Not really. The only main difference is, are you above ground, are you below ground, or are you in the chocolate land? And that's kind of it, really. Could you, like, not, please?
Mamma mia!
Whereas, as I just mentioned, in Mario 3, every world is visually distinct. And that's cool, and that's awesome, and I like it. Now, with the advantage of hindsight, that makes perfect sense. After all, Mario World is barely a game. I know that sounds strange for a game I've praised to death, but it's worth noting Mario World was a how do we make games on the SNES? It was quite literally a tech demo. It's a Nintendo tech demo, so their tech demo is one of the best games ever made. That's just Nintendo for you. It was just thrown together. It's really telling that Mario World 2 just absolutely beats the brakes off of Mario World 1. Pretty much top to bottom. Okay. That's cool. Ask me when we get there, Ira, and I'll answer you. Just so I have some extra health. Yeah, no, he rapid fires in 3. It's not like 1 where he like has pause periods where he doesn't fire. Jesus! He's also much faster in 1 or in 3, excuse me. I didn't think I made that jump. So I kind of put the game down. Okay. Sorry, I love redoing the same stages over and over and over again.
Oh, mamma mia! Let's go!
I couldn't get there fast enough. I couldn't reach him. I was trying to reach Lakitu, but he's too far into the stage. Or rather, the first platform that's high enough to reach him is too far into the stage.
Let's go!
This game's too easy. And therefore it sucks. Now the hard stage. Back as when I was a kid, this stage was my bane. I almost always saved one of my skip the stage items, the Juggums Cloud, I think, for this stage. I hated this stage. It's the diagonal, which was, again, mind-boggling tech-wise. Like, they had to literally invent new programming to make this stage possible. And it isn't really as well polished as a stage as a result, to be blunt. Because this really is the tech demo-iest of all the tech demo levels in Mario 3 by quite a margin. Yeah, it's also an auto-scroller while we're on the subject. Yeah, and we're dead. And now we gotta do it all over again. This is the GBA version, which is based on the SNES version, which is based on the NES version. Yeah, if the platforms didn't have collision, I honestly think that would improve this stage substantially. Also, if it had mid-mission checkpoints. Just have like a static platform in the middle with a flag on it. There you go, boom. I just improved your game. It'll be 23 million, Nintendo. The purists will be like, nah, it's not the original. All remakes need to be exactly like the original.
Mamma mia!
No, the original version of this looks, different, I think is the word I'm going to use. We'll go with different. So now we're going to do it without any power-ups. I guess we just wasted our power-up. It's probably not obvious. There are 3 jumps in this that if you don't jump immediately, you can't make unless you're flying or tassing. They're pretty much all right at the end, by the way. So if you hesitate one cycle of these moving platforms, then you're soft locked. You cannot complete the stage.
Oh, mamma mia! Let's go!
See, I would argue that's not even a remake due to Trump, but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole again. It's probably a decent remaster, but if it is a remaster, then we will not be streaming it. Oh, speaking of which, we're probably going to stream the Switch version of Link's Awakening. Literally just for physical comfort and ease of streaming. That's the reasoning there. So, delay too much on that jump, can't make it. Delay too much on that jump, can't make it. And you saw the early one earlier. It's a really short stage. Oh, we're definitely going to be playing the Switch version so we can drown cutely. Okay, we did it.
Let's go!
We have beaten World 5. For all intents and purposes. Now we have to go up to World 6. World 6. Oh, God. You know, okay, I don't want to keep saying that Mario World is better than Mario 3, but you know one thing I like about Mario World? There's no point in Mario World where I think, oh, God, I have to do such and such world next. Like, I never get that vibe of, ugh. No, that's not true. That's not true. I take that back. I get that vibe once in Mario World. With the special world. Notice how there's just cannons are us. You probably haven't really noticed, but each of the levels has had a theme to them. Each of the Koopa, the airships, has had a theme that's supposed to be indicative of the personality of the Koopaling in charge. Some of them are more platform-heavy. Some of them are very big on jet engines. Some of them have those little like spinny gyro things that you have to jump all over the place on. Some are just filled to the brim with guns, like this one. That's Roy.
Oh, Mamma Mia!
And now I have to do it all over again. I'll blow one of these.
Let's go!
I can't wait till we get to World 6's airship. Oh, you son of a Submariner.
Just what I needed.
I think in the interest of time, we might stop sweeping. Like, I don't think the stages are really different. I don't think my opinion on the review, like, on a per-level basis, is really going to change. We'll see. I'll think about it. We actually haven't gotten the anchor yet, which is the actual most useless item in the game, by the way, Justin. Listen, it's not my fault that Submariners suck, okay? Fine, we'll do this the hard way. Oh my god, Roxy, that is the most evil idea I've ever heard. No, Dream Whisperer.
Oh, Mamma Mia! Let's go!
Tempted to suicide, because the odds of me doing this with 1 health are actually pretty low. Roy is the first, one of the... Excuse me, no, he is the second one of the Koopalings who actually has a special attack. The first is Wendy. She's got her hoops. But, Roy has the thing where every time he touches the ground, he does a shake, which can stun you, which is what killed me the second to last time I did this. Yeah, he's a heavy. It's always better to Berserker these. I don't know why I ever tried to do anything else. Thank you, Dream Whisperer. Always appreciate the support. Thank you. Let me go see what you're putting that towards. Celeste and Lower Decks. All right. So last time, we didn't give a single level positive to World 6. Let's see if we change our mind about that. Welcome to Hell. Well, there are harder and arguably much more well-designed, difficult levels after this. This is the Ice World.
Just what I needed.
So, I hope you like ice physics. It's also long. It is a huge world. In fact, it's the largest world by quite a margin. I'm just gonna accept that. Trade there really quick.
What I needed.
Notice how even this first stage is mean. It's not even that big on ice physics, but it is introducing a lot of obstacles, which are kind of variable and can squish you, as just happened just there. You know what? Sure.
Let's go.
I am not installed, but I am as installed as I'm getting Zastal Keeper. Until I move again, this is where I'm streaming. This is my workplace. Ooh, crepes. I do like crepes. See you around, Evo.
Just what I needed.
So there's a lot of area denial in World 6. Which is funny, because they decided to do the area denial in the world that has freaking ice physics everywhere.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, world stages are... No! I meant... Nah. World stages are noticeably longer than this.
Let's go.
Like, I was actually comparing maps earlier, and World 1 stages are almost always shorter than World 3 stages. Mario 1 stages are almost always shorter than Mario 3 stages, but that doesn't mean both aren't very short. Honestly, most of the Mario 2 stages are actually longer than any of the above. They really liked this side-scroller concept. It's funny, because I'm sure there was a side-scroller before Mario 3, but I'm pretty sure this is the codifier for side-scrollers in platforming in general. What did I say, Talia said? I apparently just can't talk today. It's funny, I even took a nap in between the previous game and this one. Apparently I just can't talk. Apparently I'm just incapable of talking and playing Mario 3. Yes, auto-scrollers. See, I gotta get those lives back. I think I've put a finger to it. So, the mid-mission checkpointing is the big thing I don't like about Mario 3. It's the one thing that really pushes me away from this game. But I think I've realized why I prefer World over 3. Like, the specific reason.
Woohoo! Just what I needed.
There's no point in World where I just want to put the game down instead of continuing.
Let's go.
Mario 3, in my opinion, and I know this is a contentious opinion, which will get me hated by everyone in the entire universe, I think has Sunshine Syndrome. It has a point at which I'd rather just play up to a certain point, and then we're good. Replay the levels I like, and that's it. We're good.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, just whistle to the worlds I want to see, which is what I used to do as a kid. Every time I replay this game, I just use the whistles. This is actually why I bother to get 100+ lives every time I replay this game all the way through. Because it's like, well, I'm going to need those lives because I'm going to burn through them. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we end this game with like 50 lives left at the end of all of this. Notice we're at the point now where we're doing precision platforming on ice physics, by the way.
Let's go.
See, wait, you mean World 7 or 6? In World, Ross? Oh my god, terminology. The world after the forest. I mean, I would rather play this than Lost Levels 10 times out of 10.
Oh.
I shouldn't have closed my eyes for a second, apparently. That's on me. Yeah, that was... you know what? So I'm kind of with you on that, Ross. Believe it or not. Because Choco Mountain is kind of whatever. There's some very clever stuff there, but honestly, most of that's only if you know it's there kind of cleverness. And World 8's not actually all that great. Yeah, the final world, Bowser's Valley, I believe, is what it's actually called. God damn it.
Mamma mia.
So, yeah, I really like most of the forest levels. The Lost Forest is probably my favorite world in Mario World. I like the pirate ship level 2, which is funny because you can't even replay it on like replays. And then you get to Choco Mountain. So you know what? I'm gonna amend that statement. I'm kind of with you on that, Ross. So now I gotta identify, where's the point at which I want to put the game down in 3? Because I'm already there now, but of course I am. I'm in World 6. I suppose it's pretty much right after you get to the clouds in World 5, I would say. As soon as you actually hit the sky part of the sky world, it's like, oh, that's so cool. Alright, I'm done. What do you guys think? What about you? Where's your I'm no longer having fun with this game point in Mario 3? Nowhere is a valid option. I'm sorry, Mr. Ed, have you not played Mario Brothers 3? Speaking as someone who is absolutely not enjoying this playthrough, you should play Mario Brothers 3. In fact, stop playing whatever you're playing right now and go play the Mario series. Just go do it. It'll take you like 2 days to get through the whole franchise. Okay, that's an exaggeration, but still. I mean, okay, real talk, and I actually want to run a friend of mine through this sometime in the future. What I want to do is I want my friend to play Mario Lost Levels until essentially they give up. Pretty much the goal is how far can you get until you throw in the towel. No judgment, no obligation, no nothing. I think I've told you before because I've played this kind of a challenge before for several different types of games. So, how far can you get in Lost Levels before throwing in the towel? How far can you get into, that shouldn't have hit me. Mario 1 before you throw in the towel, etc., right?
Let's go.
You know my favorite thing about this game? The most valuable power-up in this game by far is the leaf. But then they give you all kinds of other crap. And because, this is going to sound strange, the second most valuable power-up in this game, by a wide margin, is the mushroom. Just being able to start a stage with 2 health is a game changer. And yet it's one of the most rare power-ups on the overworld segment for some reason. I don't really know why. No, this is the most perfect game ever made, Ren36. Please don't kill me. I don't feel like dying right now.
Just what I needed.
You know, now that I say that out loud, you know what Mario World has as a concept? a stage which has refillable power-ups, which you can just go get at will for any stage you're going through. In fact, now that I'm saying that out loud, you remember what we did in Mario 3 Land? How we kept going back to 1-1 over and over and over to refill on power-ups?
Let's go.
Now that I say that all out loud, I think I would probably value something like that in Mario 3, because it's actually quite possible to just run dry on power-ups in Mario 3. And there's no replaying stages, so there's no getting power-ups to carry into the next stage kind of a thing, right? It's just the state you were in whenever you finished whatever level you just finished. Physics. Sure.
Happy.
I'll accept that. Ooh, I like that idea, Roxy. In fact, it was Bowser's Fury, which is the second most recent Mario game, total, that actually added the idea of coins being power-up progression, which was such a cool idea, I actually gave it its own positive, because it's a really great way to reward the player for having coins and to keep coins relevant.
Mamma mia.
How, Techno's World? You know what? Fine.
Let's go.
Star for a star.
Let's go.
I mean, yeah, you can replay the whole game, but to my knowledge, there's no way to replay a stage. Like, it's completed. I'm just mashing buttons here and nothing's happening. That would be the Hammer Brothers suit, Caspian. Also known as arguably the best power-up in the game, of which you get like 3. Ah, this stage. This is probably one of the more interesting stages in World 6. But it's only really interesting if you know what you're doing. If you don't, it's really frustrating. Because you don't know what you're doing or where you're going. So if you're playing normally, you go to the right, and there's a pipe, and it's like, okay, well, there's a power up here. Strange.
What I
And
needed.
then you go through a pipe, and you're back here, and it's like, huh? And the power-ups refill because they want you to have power-ups, because you cannot actually beat the game unless you are flying. Damn it. A little too slow there. Yeah, we lost the block. I will admit, I never figured this one out in Ailey. I had to use the thing that I can't think of the name of to figure this one out. The strategy guide, that's the word. God, I kept wanting to say walkthrough, and it's like, no, lore. This was before walkthroughs. Yeah, so you need to get a shell or this thing up here. Yep, that's right. I YouTubed this crap in '88. Die. No. God damn it. Ah! destroy that block out of sheer spite. Honestly, I kind of prefer the original. That's obvious, I suppose, because my composite I made with the original rather than the SNES version. You son of a submariner. Okay.
Just what I needed.
Okay. There.
Let's go.
A lot of icy underground death levels in this game, or in this world, excuse me. Do you have to do that? Is that mandatory?
Just what I need.
A favorite sandwich? Yes, one with meat. A little bit of meat on the side, and I would really like it if there was a little bit of extra meat. I am also very fond of lettuce, tomatoes, onions, pickles. Good pickles. Not crap pickles. I actually don't really care about cheese on a sandwich. I generally get sandwiches without cheese. So like if Savacom hears, I'm like, I'd like such and such. No cheese. And Savacom would be like, and then she'd kill me, as is per the Subway code. Although she might just be doing that because I don't like Lufia 1. I don't know, 1 or 2. Yep, they keep that katana fresh and cut and ready to go. Oh god, no yellow mustard. Please, no yellow mustard. Please. Cannot do yellow mustard. I like a lot of types of mustard. Spicy mustard, horseradish mustard, honey, spicy mustard.
Let's go.
Yeah, could you draw a sun with the honey mustard, please? Please. Please. And you'll be like, oh, I'd rather die. And I'll be like, okay.
Just what I needed.
See you around, 040. Have a good one. You know the really sad part, for me personally, so I'm not really enjoying this, right? Because it's Mario 3. But what's really sad is Mario 3 and 2 both kind of occupy the same space in my vague memory of being games that it's like, yeah, you know, when you think of good NES games, both games come to mind immediately. And yet, when I actually sit down and play both of them, and this happens every single time, I'm just like, ugh, the entire time. I don't have anything to add to that. It's just, that's what it is. This is not the first time I've encountered that, and it will probably be the last.
Let's go.
For Mario 2 and 3, anyways. Here's a fun fortress. You like ice physics, right? Right. Okay, good. Yep, and I absolutely hate everyone who enjoys Mario 3, obviously, because I'm an idiot. I had the hardest time with that when I was a kid. The little, I wouldn't even call it a trick, just the getting through that thing. And we're done. Wait, I'm wrong. I thought we were done. Otherwise, I would have been ready for that. Why not, Yura? Is it because you're secretly evil? No, I kind of knew this was coming, Blade of all. Like, I predicted this would happen. I walked in knowing I was not going to enjoy this playthrough. That's what it is. It's exactly what happened last time. Hasn't been that long.
Just what I needed.
Like I said, I don't enjoy dying a lot. And I suck. So, because of the aforementioned suckitude, not a lot to say about that.
Just what I needed.
Come on. And we're dead.
Mamma mia!
Ugh.
Let's go! Just what I needed.
I mean, we all know that going through the 2D block would be problematic at first because I insist on starting with the worst first. Although, I didn't realize Lost Levels would score that badly, to be completely honest with you. Then again, I didn't think Mario 1 would score that badly, so what the hell do I know?
Oh, mamma mia!
I'm gonna AFK. Mind if I tell you a story?
Let's go.
Once upon a time, when I really started getting into speedruns, that would have been about 11 years ago now. I was sitting down and thinking about the games that I would enjoy speedrunning.
Just what I needed.
And one of them is Mario 3. Now, this is going to sound contradictory, because I've been failing all over the place at this game. But I'm good at video games. I could speedrun Super Metroid while doing Polemic Day. I could speedrun most Mega Man games. I could slam it on Cyber Shadow.
Just what I needed.
I have beaten Elden Ring and Bloodborne, all bosses. She did hard mode stuff in Sekiro before I decided to walk away from that. Yeah, Hollow Knight, again, all bosses. If you name a hard game, there's a decent chance I've done a solid playthrough of that at some point, assuming I've played it at all. I rather enjoy difficulty in games and challenging myself in games. So when I was thinking of games I would like to speedrun, one of the ones that immediately and obviously came to my mind was Mario 3. Because I always think of this game in a positive light, by vague memory.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's kind of a cozy game. Yeah, I could agree with that.
Just what I needed.
Got nice simple vibes, good visuals, good theming, like we talked about earlier. So I sat down, started doing some test runs. Some of you may remember, because I actually streamed these. Most of you probably don't remember this. This is a long time ago. Back when I had the time to do streams just for fun. And we did what I was calling laying down times. You know, your first time doesn't really matter. You're just establishing your first time. And then the goal is to improve and improve and improve and so forth and so on. I got so angry at the game. I got so angry for pretty much the same reason I'm not having fun this time. And I was so confused because I was having so much trouble with it. And I think it's just time to admit that I just suck at this game, and I don't actually know why. I don't think I ever will. Because when I was doing that speedrun attempt, I sucked at this game. When I did the initial review of this game, last year, I sucked at this game. And I suck at the game today. And I don't really understand why. And I think that's the really frustrating part for me, more than anything else. If I understand what I've done wrong, then I can attempt to fix it. I can attempt to improve. I have no idea what I'm doing wrong in this game. And so, I'm not trying to, like, nobody has to, like, try to assuage my feelings or my ego or anything. It's just, I really do think I just need to accept that I am not good at this specific Mario game. Because I have played games that I would consider substantially harder than this. Within the last week, I've crushed Mario Galaxy 2. And Mario World, while on the subject.
Just what I needed.
Oh yeah, and I also beat Super Mario Bros. 1 warpless and without cheats. And that's definitely a less well-designed game, and frankly, a harder game than this nonsense. For all the wrong reasons, but it's still true. Yeah, no, 3D World, I was just stomping. Like, it was comfortable. Destroying that game. Then I get to Mario 3. No idea what I'm doing. There are times when I die and I can't quite tell you why I did. Like, obviously, you know, you got hit by an enemy, but what I can't really process is how I got from point A to point B, you know? I don't think there's any input lag, and frankly, the game is controlling a lot smoother than Mario 2 was.
Mamma mia!
See, I'm not sure why that happened. That arc should have been correct, and yet I went right over the Koopa, and I have no idea why.
Just what I needed.
I mean, he does have some serious squiggity going on. Obviously, we're in the ice world, but no, there's definitely the squiggity in Mario 3.
Let's go.
It was a good world for the Hammer Brothers suit.
Oh, mamma mia!
Killed by the bump. As it should be.
Let's go.
I mean, Mega Man and Bass is absolutely insane in terms of difficulty and brutality. So hats off to you on that if you manage it. So this is the power-up. It's kind of, in code terms, similar to the Fire Flower. But, you know, those hammers destroy freaking everything. Also, upward arc instead of lower, and of course you've got the fire immune mode there. You know, that's actually a fair point, Caspian, because, yeah, sometimes you are severely penalized for running, and sometimes you're severely penalized for not running.
Let's go.
I doubt it, Leiterville. I was playing the NES version last time, and the All-Stars version the first time, and I had the same issues with all of them. Like I said, I just think I just suck at this game. It's possible that I could actually be good at this game if I put the time in to practice it, but I just have no real desire to. I don't know. I have never had this issue with World, no. I have had this issue with 1, 2, and 3. What do you mean, Yura? Sorry, that was World 6. Lost us about 20 lives. I believe you, Yura. I don't remember, though. I think it's on the VOD, now that you're saying that, but I don't remember which games we played, specifically. So Lemmy has these things. Lots of these things. Oh, and by the way, you're probably wondering, hang on. So if each airship has its own theme, what's the theme of the final one?
Oh,
That.
mamma mia!
The theme of the final airship level is everything. Ludwig's airship does everything.
Let's go.
Another thing Mario 3 does better than the previous ones is it allows you to retain control through power-ups. In, like, Mario 1, for example, your control is interrupted by the gaining of the power-up. Which means you could be in the middle of an arc and then effectively lose the jump arc because you got a power-up in the middle of it. Kind of like I just demonstrated. Not here, but earlier.
Oh,
And we're dead.
mamma mia!
I mentioned World 6 was big.
Let's go!
Well.
Oh, mamma mia!
Do I have any power-ups here? Yeah, I kind of do. Sure.
Let's go!
Whatever. Well, I mean, that was also kind of by design, Yura. You're not really intended to beat Mario 3 in an afternoon. Even though it is a short game. You're intended to sit here and die and die and die and die and die until you've gotten, you know, used to the game and mastered it and practiced it and all that fun stuff. Now, to be clear, I don't actually think that's a defense that's valid of the game, but it is still true. You son of a...
Woohoo! Just what I needed!
That's another interesting thing. I know where most everything is in this game, but almost entirely because of the fact that I had the strategy guide. If not for that, I probably would not know where to find power-ups and secrets and all that kind of fun stuff. But at the very least, I wouldn't have it memorized the way I do. I don't know if I'd call that a perfect clear, but whatever. World 7.
Let's go!
So, if World 6 is the dread level, World 7 is when the game's like, go home. Stop playing this game right now. It's also, ironically, where they get really creative with several level design concepts. They really lean into the pipe aesthetic here. As you can see, a stage like this is just straight up vertical. I did like the crystal pipes in World. 3D World. And we're dead.
Mamma mia! Let's go!
Also, they have a weird implication. World 7's obviously its own thing, but there's a bit of a narrative implication that this is kind of the underground of the entire realm, right? Like, all those underground stages we've been going through this whole time, they're all come from here? Whoops, I went through the wrong pipe. So, you know, kind of a connecting point sort of a thing. It's a cool concept that they do absolutely nothing with.
Just what I needed.
I mean, there's even little things, like making sure you can't soft lock yourself on this stage, when it would be really easy to allow yourself to do so. Also, when you hit World 7, fire flowers are your friends. Oh, yeah, no kidding, Sadako.
Let's go!
Yeah, you're probably thinking, desert? But no, hang on. For real, this actually follows the theme I was just talking about. There's also a water pipe level later.
Just what I needed.
Get the idea? In other words, the pipes are like the interconnecting infrastructure or substructure of the rest of the worlds.
Oh, mamma mia!
Cool.
Let's go!
It's true, Gaspin. Nope. This is also when World 7 is when they really like to do the backtracking concept. Generally, backtracking is a bad thing, but there are several stages in World 7 where the whole idea is you're supposed to go through the stage multiple times in order to get the optimal path or whatever. We've seen this once before here. No, twice. Once in the maze in World 3 and once in something in World 5. Also notice there's a lot of firepower just going all over the place here. A lot of things to dodge. So I hope you brought some health. Because you just lost it. Yes, Pillars of Snow. Wait, which issues? Oh, never mind. Yes, Pillars of Snow. I can't think of any period era. So here's another gimmick stage. All of these are gimmick stages. So certain power-ups here change based on you. Now that's not a new concept. Power-ups changing based on your current state goes all the way back to Mario Bros. 1. But every single one of these things only gives a star if you are currently in the state of being a star.
Here I go.
So, you know, the idea being
Here I go.
you're supposed to stay star the entire time. They'll play with this idea later, too. I am, of course, nowhere near good enough this game to do that, so I'm not going to try. Yeah, since I wouldn't call Hollow Knight a Metroidvania, I'm not sure there's any Metroidvanias coming out, period, that I'm aware of. Never mind ones that I'm looking forward to. Oh, is this the maze? Yeah, I think it's the maze. This is the one I'm thinking of. This is the closest thing that Mario 3 comes to a real maze. Unless you count Bowser's Castle, which I suppose counts. I'd tell you about it, but I just died. I have terrible power-ups.
Let's go.
Come on, there you go. Jesus. Toad Mario dislikes pipes. Who knew? Sure. That might as well happen. That's an interesting shift, Euro. What changed your mind? If you don't mind my asking. Go for Reaper Hot, I think. Ross. What, the fastest time, Trihexia? By what category? By what percent? Which Mario game? I have so many questions. I can see that. Well, Google would be able to answer that better than I could, Trihexia. I have no idea. I actually don't follow the Mario speedrunning scene at all. Mostly because I myself am not really into it, and most of the people who speedrun Mario are, insane. I don't mean that as a negative thing, by the way. I mean, like, the kind of tricks and mastery they have of these games is absolutely bonkers. Like, you think I'm playing badly now? Wait until you've seen me compared to someone who's really good at this game. There you go. So 4 minutes and 54 seconds for Mario 1. Oh, my best time? I've never really put in a best time. I have no idea. As I think I mentioned earlier, and that's because I did, I started putting in a time in this game, and I quit. My Super Metroid best is 1 hour and 14 minutes. That is, of course, any percent, my own particular variety of any percent. Exactly 5. I mean, I honestly think there's a lot of gravitation towards something like Super Mario Bros. Because it's so wide known and so popular, that it's popular for people to try and do bonkers challenges with it. It's the same reason you've seen people play Dark Souls on a banana, right? it's because it's Dark Souls. That person could have beaten any game with bananas, and that one was chosen because it's Dark Souls. Same concept, same vibe. So anyways, this is the real use of the frog suit. I haven't actually shown this off yet. More precise control in the water, which is immediately lost and then killed. Wow! What? Okay, well, anyways, that was the frog suit underwater, which we now no longer have. 40 minutes. I mean, I've seen Oats and Goats play Super Metroid. He is crazy good at that game. Like, I will never be that good at anything.
Oh, mamma mia!
So there's a lot of stuff going on the screen. It's why most people save a frog suit for this exact level. There is one other way to get through this level, actually. So, here's the downside from what I just did. If you die before clearing a fortress, you lose that progress. It's gone. So we'll have to go back and do that again. Wrong door.
Lucky! Woohoo! Just what I needed!
So speaking of that looping design, I told you that's all over the place in World 7. So there's another castle you're supposed to kind of loop around through until you solve it. There's also kind of a trap built into it, which I think this is actually kind of clever. So the trap is... Oh my god, there's coins everywhere! But, I mean, that is the trap, like I said. And yeah, honestly, this is kind of a proto-ghost house. That's a good word for it, I think.
Just what I needed!
Notice that was a trap, too. Notice we're already down to about half the time that we need to finish the stage. But that's okay, because the real trap was inside us the entire time. There it is. And you notice there's no enemies here, by the way, at all. It's actually a really cool, nice stage. World 7 does a lot of things really right, honestly, so... As much as I hate everything good and joyful in the universe, even I can admit that World 7 is very well designed. You know, now we're past 5 and 6, my mood has been going up. I've already noticed that, which is really pathetic. But whatever. Orb. Alright, Savacom. Arm wrestle, you and me. Let's do it.
Let's go!
So, this is... Hey, you remember Mario Brothers 2? Well, we wanted to play with that looping concept some more. I don't know karate, Savacom, so... Just saying. She's gonna beat my ass. Oh my god. Okay, apparently I can't make the most basic jump in the known history of the universe. That's very on brand for me. Yes, you do. And for pretty good reason, honestly. Right, forgot about this one. Yeah, by the way, Bob has finally infiltrated Mario Brothers. Up until now, it's all been Bob's cousin with all the lava everywhere. But no. Now Bob has finally had his time to shine. I mean, in fairness, Mario games don't usually do spikes all that much. Not really. For some reason, I always have the hardest time with that jump right there. No. The owners of Puzzle Co. heard of the Mario universe, and they were like, that's a good idea. Let's do that. So, you know how we do the guessing game for these? I challenge you to a slightly different guessing game for Mario 3. We're not going to beat it today, but I do challenge you to it, okay? Here's what it boils down to. Do you think this game's... Because this is functionally an audit. This is... we're well into this, and this game is not sufficiently different to warrant a separate score. That's my fault. Whatever. I was kind of planning to replay all the Marios anyways. Pretty much just for fun. Which is funny, considering, but it's still true. Yeah. Okay. So as I was saying. Cool. This is a thing that happened.
Here I go.
Wrong reaction. Do you think this score will go up or down? Because this is functionally an audit at this point. Like I said, it's not sufficiently different to really change anything.
Let's go.
Oh god. This is one of my least favorite stages of the entire game. I'm not actually joking. It's essentially just a Mario 1 stage. Like, it's just pipes. Piranha plants and pipes. That's this stage. That's all it is. It's very thematically appropriate, but it's just pipes. It's just pipes and piranha plants everywhere. Just everywhere. Sure. Yeah, we'll accept that. You know what? I just realized. I literally just realized, because I went to do it, and I realized I couldn't do it. I've come up with one last reason why Mario World is a game I enjoy more than Mario 3. You ready for this? Being able to keep a power-up in stock.
Just what I need.
Oh, you son of a... Being able to have that backup power-up, which is very useful in a lot of the games we've already played, is a great feature.
Let's go.
Yeah, Caspian. Like, you're in the stage, and you've got one spare, just like in Mario 3D Land or Mario World. Oh, hey! This is the stage my friends could never do. I think I've told this story before. My friends used to ask me to beat this stage for them because they could never beat it.
What I needed.
So I kind of, hopefully remember the route through this. This is one of those you're fighting the timer kind of stages. Because this is straight up maze in the old-fashioned sense of the word. Plenty of places to go, lots of power-ups, bunch of different variety of enemies. A lot of traps.
Just what I needed.
Both would be optimal, I agree, Little Billy. Which stage is 7-3? Interesting. Oh no, I mean 7-6. Sorry, my bad. Okay, cool. So this is, in my opinion, the worst fortress in the entire game. And that first jump tells you everything you need to know about this frickin' fortress. Right there. Once again, though, these fortresses are not Bowser's, so what the hell is the Ice World doing with this place? I did not, Yura. Not really, anyways. Damn, it sounds like dinner's ready. That's really frustrating. I even started an hour early. Yeah, that's another thing. Call me a weirdo. I've always disliked the idea that this is all just a stage play. I mean, it being a recreation of actual events bothers me less, but if the implication that all of this is just a play, no thank you. I'm gonna guess 46 minutes, Ross. Whatever. Imagine dying right there, by the way. We're in 12 minutes. Wow. That is actually crazy.
Let's go.
I mean, as I will talk about, hopefully tomorrow, there's a pretty solid line of narrative going from this to World to Yoshi's Island. Like, all three of those games are weirdly well connected to each other. Enjoy it because it's about as far as the continuity goes in the mainline games. Turned into a Yoshi. What tragic fate there is none. So this is the hardest of the airship levels, at least where it's intended to be. You've got all of the gimmicks of all of the previous airship levels combined into one stage.
Just what I need.
8 Trihexia, although we will not finish this game tonight. There's no way. World 8 is going to take far too long to finish in like any kind of reasonable amount of time. So we'll have a very, very short first shift tomorrow. Then again, given how much I've been dying, it might be a long shift. Who friggin' knows? Oh yeah, when I say all the gimmicks, I mean all of them, including the double power-up from Iggy's over in World 4. I gave them earlier, Blizzard Snow, actually. Gave a whole speech about it, too. Here's the summary. It sucked, and it's a shame that people try to farm nostalgia in order to shill crap. Like an actually good Mario 3 show sounds awesome to me. I should probably mention I thought that then, too. Yeah, that was something that was suggested, Blade to Fall, and honestly, I couldn't think of a good reason not to do it. So, here we are. Ooh, hardest jump of the game for me right there. No joke. Alright, Ludwig, what do you got? So he's got the attack speed, he's got the double wand, he's got the shaking ability from Roy. He's got everything. And he's dead. I was so excited when it came out, Pillars of Snow. I was so excited. Mario cartoon? That sounds awesome. I will unironically take a flex for managing that. I think we should push it back even further, Compluso. They're like the Mega Man cartoon. No. There's some memeable moments in it, don't mistake me, but like as an actual cartoon to watch, nah. Oh, sorry. Welcome to World 8. I'm gonna go ahead and save. And I am gonna chop off. Tomorrow, usual, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will go ahead push through World 8. I'll see you guys.